two teams just battling here. Windwards have gone past the first inning score. There's two slips, silly point. This one is outside the off, some cutting it to the man at backward point. Thorn does the feeling. There's a short third man, a cover, short extra cover. Mid wicket, mid on. So they keep pegging away with the spinners here. Spinners has been really the bowlers who have caused the trouble in this tournament. Batsmen don't seem to have the answer to them. This one is swept. It's coming down close to the fence. Don't think it have the legs to get in over the ropes. And they collect 3 runs. So 3 runs to skipper, Windward and skipper. So 3 runs to their total. That takes it up to 73.
So the skipper decided to change things up. Jeremy Sandia is going to have a bowl. Bit of nerves might have been eased a bit in the Windward Islands dressing room. I mean, at one point in time, spectators may have been thinking they may not have gotten ahead in terms of a lead, and now they are 4 runs ahead. So now the game can begin again in a sense if these two are able to build a partnership, because they haven't had any sort of threatening partnership to the Guyana team. They had one between Pascal and Ogis. I just walked into the onside there. Yes, they had one between Pascal and Ogis, and then after that, nothing much. I mean, both teams are similar in terms of how their innings progressed. I'll continue after this delivery from the left-arm spinner Sandia. So much like Guyana, Guyana lost 7 wickets yesterday for 28 runs after that partnership between Mohabe and Yearwood was broken. And not too dissimilar again, the Windward Islands, they lost 7 wickets for 31 runs, counting 32 runs, counting what happened this morning. So they have to avoid a further slide here, the Windward Islands team. You know, they need a partnership that is essential to their cause. So, I mean, a lot of attention needs to be paid to the balance between run saving and the defensive tactics. So those two things must be unerring if they are to get to any sort of formidable lead, and a formidable lead might look like 50 runs or so on this wicket, given how things have gone yesterday and this morning.
Well, he's bowled. Is he?
No, it just missed and hit the inside at the upper thigh, I think. They appealed a bit for LBW, but I was definitely going down and a bit too high as well. Nicely played there by Covin Gassi. And so the first over completed for Jeremy Sandia. 74 for 7.
So pretty quiet time here for Windwards and Guyana. Not much happening as the spinners continue to operate for Guyana here. There's a two slips, silly point. Pressure, the skippers continue to exert that pressure on these batsmen from the Windward Islands. They have never really gotten off to any sort of start. No one really buckled down and bat except for the skipper. He's on 23. Still there at the crease.
I know spin is doing the trick really on the surface, but I mean early this morning, especially after that wicket of Noel Leo, I would have liked to see Isaac Thorne, the quick man, get the ball in hand for Guyana's team. Hopefully run in there and just bowl as quickly as possible to the low order batters. But spin is doing the trick, as I mentioned. He had a really fiery spell yesterday, Isaac Thorne.
Well, you have not really seen that in the tournament where the skippers have gone back to the fast bowlers to do the job of cleaning up or getting rid of the last few wickets. They have allowed the spinners to bowl, and that is something that I'm a little bit concerned about, because at the end of the innings you should return to your main bowlers. But I say your main bowlers, which should have been your fast bowlers, but I think the main bowlers for these teams are the spinners, because they are doing the job, so they will be called the main bowlers. They would be they'll be referred to as the main bowlers. So that is why they opt to use the spinners most of the times in situations that exist.
Yes, and it begs the question that needs to be asked: Is it that the spin bowling in the tournament has been exceptional? Is it the surfaces, or is it the approach to spin from the batters? Now, there are three questions I asked there. So which one is it really? I mean, the bowlers have done a fabulous job, no doubt about that, but I do believe with a bit more application, the slower bowling should be playable. I mean, O'Geese, the way he's approached this innings is a perfect template to how some of the batters should have looked to go on about their innings yesterday, and things may have been much better off for Windward Islands today.
Well, no form of application from the batters, no patience showed. I think their technical skills are really poor, honestly speaking, from what I've seen. Their batsmanship left much to be desired. Understanding what to do and how to do it in whatever situation that exists. And that is the reason why we are here this morning, and Windward Islands are 70 odd for 7, and Guyana was bowled out for 69.
Yes, I asked those questions with hope that, you know, the people who are in charge of maybe the academy, people in charge of the players' technical development and their skills can really hone in to what is happening here and try to find better ways to heighten their skill and their craft as batters in terms of how they approach playing spin.
It comes down to the technical ability of the individuals and how well do they adapt to the situation and circumstances. We have not seen that coming from the batters. The bowlers have bowled well, yes, and really, I've not really seen any sweeps at one coming off the top edge, going down to fine leg. He calls for 2. Could be in some trouble. There's an appeal, not outside the umpire. But we have not seen that application. We have not seen that technical aspect of the cricket coming out, whether bowling or batting. I've not seen a spinner who's exceptional. You have a left arm spinner who bowl left arm orthodox. You have not seen him bowl like a Chinaman, a back of the arm, a flipper. You have not seen these things, but yet they are the chief wicket takers. So there's no mystery within the bowling. There's nobody bamboozling the batters.
Well, what I'll say to that is that maybe the batters haven't given them a chance to bring out those to bring out those tricks, because I mean it's been really easy for the spinners to take wickets. And you used the word before, you mentioned adapting, and adaptability is key. And yes, I'll speak about O'Geese once more. I know it sounds like I'm praising him, but I am saying this because if you look at his strike rate last year, it was 90. So, and his average was 45. So it tells me, and the way he goes about batting, it tells me he's a type of player that likes to get at the bowling. But yesterday, adaptability, that word that you use, he adapted to the situation, adapted to the conditions, and that's what you need. You know, you need more players. I mean, you might look at some of the batters and the way they get dismissed and think, okay, they're not able to properly assess or evaluate how to go about playing spin bowling, but it could just be that one thing, adapting to the situation and conditions and play accordingly. And that might see that in the end you might see more runs being scored, less wickets being taken. But instead of that, 79 for 7, Guyana 69 all out. So adaptability is indeed something that a lot of these players need to pay attention to.
And that goes to ask the question, is it that our players are not being exposed enough? Is it our players are not playing enough cricket? What is it? What is it that causes the players to be so poor when they're executing their skills? Is it the practice sessions that they're having? What is it? It's not geared towards that. A lot of questions are to be asked.
Yes, that's very true. And we're not raising these points to objurgate or reprimand the players or the coaching staffs or the people who are in charge. The end of the over, 79 for 7. We're only raising these points because what we are seeing as pundits of the game, and we are thinking about the future of West Indies cricket. So looking at this tournament, I hope that coaches and people who help these players with their skills can come up with better plans as to how they can adapt, and mental strength as well comes in terms of adaptability, these sorts of things. So maybe better things can be put in place to assist these players in their further development. That's the only reason why we're raising this conversation.
Yeah, you see, the thing is that Stacey, and that the skills are there. They are definitely there. The skills are there.
I agree with you 100%.
But it's just the little things that they need to put together. Like, for instance, this is a ball that is flighted outside the off stump.
Nothing wrong with that shot.
It's 79 for 7. You're batting with your skipper. Right? And you have to be very much aware of what is going on. This one is hit high and hard over mid wicket. It probably will not get to the fence. The man is coming around. To him. So I think that he's going to take charge of this innings now, Agassi, and really play the way that he's supposed to play.
Yes,
he's going to be batting most of the deliveries and really palming the strike. So he's going to take chances.
Yes, and I do believe he should. I mean, he's batted more deliveries than any of his teammates combined, I'm pretty sure. If I check the stats, I mean, yesterday he had batted 74 deliveries, and the other players on his team had batted 85. So certainly he has surpassed, all of the players in terms of being there the longest and batting more balls than all of the players. So he surely set himself up to play a certain role for them with an eye on a lead. I mean, the lead that they have, I don't think they'll be too happy with it right now. They definitely want more to pose a challenge to Guyana.
Well, he has batted well. The scores on the board would not say that, because it's not one of the scores that you would look and say, oh, he's, doing exceptionally well. But the way that he has gone about his innings, he has batted exceptionally well for his team. To be there now.
Yes, and that's why we keep making the point. Batting well doesn't only mean, he's scoring at a strike rate at 100 and above. It also means, the way he battled, the resilience he showed, the adaptability as well. And that's what we're seeing. That's why we're complimenting how well he's gone about things.
Well, if they could take a page out of his book, really, the way he applied himself, how he took his time, batted, and he's still there. He came at number 3. Windwards had lost a very early wicket. He came in, he buckled down, he's still batting. He's on 28. Windward Islands are 81 for 7. He has batted a number of deliveries. He have not lost his patience. He has not really played a rash shot. He has played percentage. And these are the things that we would love to see coming from the batters.
Yes, he's just searching for an ally. For a brief moment, it appeared as if Pascal was going to be that person. However, he was dismissed. And along the way, no one else was able to stick around with him. So Corvin Gassi has done a good job so far. Unflustered since he's come to the wicket.
Yeah, he's a calm individual, pretty much calm. His approach to the cricket is very calm. I think he's a good thinker of the game as well.
Nice. That's really nice from Corvin Gassi. It won't get to the boundary, but just the way he waited on that delivery and played it down the ground. That's an excellent shot there from the young man.
2 more runs to the Windward Islands. He keeps supporting his skipper. He bowled well. Thought he should have been given an extra spell, extra couple of overs when he bowled. But he has a bat in his hand now. He has to do the job with his skipper. Windwards would like to get up to at least 120, 130 in this innings.
What I'm seeing from Gassi's approach so far, anything full, he's looking to get fully forward. And if it's just short of a length, he's going back and waiting on it. So a simple plan he has, and it's working for him. There you go, short of a length, goes back, waits on it, wait to see what the spin is doing before he plays. So that's a good tactic that he's employed this morning.
Well, he's batting what he sees.
There you go. That's all you need to do.
Well, we probably praised him too early. He nicked one into the keeper's glove. Wicket number 8 has gone for Windwards. Kevin Gassi has gone out caught, and they have lost another wicket this morning.
Yeah, that's a classic example of commentators, because just that as I was praising how he's gone about his innings, I think he came forward too early on that occasion and just getting an outside edge there. He's disappointed, of course, with his dismissal, but he did a job this morning, managed to help them get to a lead. So the other 2 batters coming in, they need to rally with their skipper, Shanil Edward. He's known as an all-rounder. So hopefully we see some all-rounding ability coming out with the batting hand from Shanil Edward.
Well, Windward Islands 83 for 8. They have gone past that 69. Day number 2 out of 3. Windwards getting the better of Guyana on the first day, skittling them out for 69. And now the Windward Islands are here, struggling as well at 83 for 8. Really, wicket has tumbled here from day 1, and it continues to do so.
Yeah, 83 for 8 with a lead of 14. Jonathan Rampasad, the key man with the ball in hand for Guyana, even last year, continues to be a threat to these Windward Island batters. Yeah, so he has 4 wickets, need another one to get a 5-for.
That one turned prodigiously from the off stump, bouncing over at least the middle stump, so well left.
Yeah, seems to be some sort of variation there from Rampasad. If you notice, he jumped further away from the stump and tried to spin it into the right-hander. So the angle that he created there, almost getting that ball to nip back onto that off stump, but luckily for Edward, it didn't. So 83 for 8, a lead of 14 runs. Yeah, Rampasad has figures of 15 overs, 7 maidens, 16 runs and 4 wickets. So a brilliant spell of bowling from him so far, and he'll definitely continue. I don't think he'll get the ball out of his hands. In fact, since he started bowling, there's not been a change from that end from Guyana, so it shows how much they rely on Jonathan Rampasad's spin bowling.
So Sandia has picked up another wicket, has he? Yes, he has. Captain Garcia Sorry. Captain goes here. And Windwards have lost wicket number 9. Early in the morning on day number 2. They are now 83 for 9.
Yeah, switch hit there from Gussie. I thought he played Sandia really well. I mean, in the over before, he actually tried a reverse sweep. He didn't connect. And then he looked to hit him straighter. And he was able to pick up 2. On that occasion, Gussie just looking to do a switch hit and getting a top edge. Umpire Bernard Sandy raising that finger. And he goes back to the pavilion. Another wicket has fallen. 83 for 9. And this is the last wicket pair. Courtney Franklin has made his way to the middle. I think we'll see some shots being played here. I don't think these two will hold back.
Well, Franklin is a free flowing batter. He's no rabbit with the bat, but he bats at 11 for the Windwards. But the situation that exists here with the spin bowlers taking charge of this game, really, it makes it a difficult situation for him to come and dominate or to get more runs than the others have gotten. So he may get off, he may not. But I think that the spinners are really on top here. Sandia, he bowls well. He's pretty tight on the off stump, and he varies his length and flights the ball lovely as well. There's a deep mid wicket in place already for Franklin. There's a slip, there's a short leg, there's a backward point, a cover, a mid off, a mid on, and a man just behind square. This one is playing forward nicely. So Windward Islands 83 for 9. Not in the position that they would have wanted.
Yes, and Franklin, another left-hander. It seems like the Windward Islands manufacturing left-handers. I mean, even in the senior women team, a lot of left-handers, it's like left-hander after left-hander coming to you. So Courtney Franklin bowls right arm, medium pace, and bats left-handed.
Well, how wickets have tumbled here in the last day and less than an hour. Even though we were interrupted by rain, we have basically completed 2 innings. There goes Franklin down the track, 1 bounce to Thorn.
Yes, use of the feet, looking to get that long handle out. Doesn't make sufficient connection. It just lands in front of Thorn, so he's off the mark. Adding 1 more run to the lead. So Edward now on strike. Not yet off the mark. Let's see what he can do with the bat.
Well, I think once the ball is flighted, he would have a go. Typical 9-10. And the last one is Jackie comes down the wicket looking very studious there. Played it straight back with a straight bat. 1-2, 1-2 chips. Looks like he knows what he's about. Edwards. Sandia from around the wicket, flighted delivery, and he's dropped. Went to whip that one through mid wicket, hit the outer portion of the bat, and went to the man at short leg there. Silly point really, went through his hands, and he lifts the fight on for the Windwards, 84 for 9. That brings the Sandia over to an end.
Yeah, and that drop catch, it allows Rampasad a chance to pick up a fifer. But Guyana has to be careful not to allow these two to add any more to the lead that they have. 15 runs so far. They don't want to wrap things up as quickly as possible and get to batting here on day 2. So Rampasad to continue. There's a fifer in his sights. Courtney Franklin in his eye line. Hoping that this is the last over of the Guyanese innings. Franklin, on the other hand, will be looking for some lusty blows to get his team up, to get the lead up for the Windward Islands team rather. It's 15 as of now. Right away he goes for it, just passing over the stump there. Rampasad will like that a lot. He will like seeing Courtney Franklin playing some shots at him. No feet on that occasion. A loud appeal. They all go up. The umpire is unmoved, however.
You know what? Just looking at
Yeah, they all went up. The umpire, however, denied them that wicket. Not out, he said. It seems like the only time Franklin uses his feet is to chip down the wicket. Apart from that, he just stands there, looking to use his hands. This time he backs away. Get another single. Quick run in. Oh, and it should be overthrown. Should it? Is it going to be? Yes. They managed to get another run. So 2 runs there to Courtney Franklin.
probably not a bad run at all. We get Franklin back on strike. Really looks like he wants to have a go. So probably not a bad single in the context of the game. But 86 for 9. There he goes. And there's a loud appeal. Said that. Told he wasn't a bad single. There goes the end of the Windwards innings. 86 all out.
Yes, and Courtney Franklin, as you'd expect, looking to have a go, getting an edge straight to the keeper. Umpire Bernard Sandy raising his finger. Bernard Joseph, sorry, raising his finger. And that's the end of the Windward Islands innings there. 86 all out here, getting a lead. And that's important. They managed to get a lead, but really no team managing to get to 100 runs in their first innings.
Well,
So-
how things have unfolded here in the last day and less than an hour. Both teams been bowled out. 20 wickets within less than a day's play, really, because we lost a lot of time yesterday. We made up for it. Started early this morning, 9:30. We are just about 10:20, and we have lost 20 wickets.
Yes, in the midst of all that, Rampasad picking up a 5-wicket haul, another 5-wicket haul to a spinner in this match. Tariq Edward getting 5 wickets for 4 runs. Rampasad picking up a 5-wicket haul as well. So congratulations to the young man, another spinner getting a 5-wicket haul. It's left to be seen if a pacer will manage to get to that feat in this tournament. So that's the end of the Windward Islands innings, wrapped up for 86 runs. Kenroy.
Well, as the players get ready to start their second innings, that's Guyanese team. They have done a good job bowling, getting rid of the winners for 86. We will take a break here and we bring you live coverage as the innings of the Guyanese batters for the second time in this game would start. Would start their second innings in reply to the winners 86. They scored 69 in their first innings. We'll bring you more coverage here at Arnesville in this game. We will take a break now and we return when that innings is started.
Welcome back to the Annisville playing field. Pleasant good morning to our viewers across the region and wherever else you've been seen and heard. And the news here from the Annisville playing field, day 2, round 2 in the West Indies Rising Stars 3-day tournament here from the Annisville playing field. The sun is out, very much unlike yesterday morning at around this hour here. The sun is out, a few clouds hanging about, but no immediate threat of any rain. It appears it will stay so for a little while. Play started a bit earlier today, making up for the lost time yesterday due to the stoppages. As the Windward Islands resumed 60 for 5. They eventually went on. Well, what we are seeing here, Guyana have lost a very, very early wicket in the second innings here. As I'm just looking at play, and Kenroy, a very, 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 very poor decision in terms of trying to defend this wicket there. It's very difficult to describe it because ball have absolutely no merit, and he's back to the pavilion. Is this the same guy who batted yesterday morning and got out very, very early? Same, but a lot of bottom hand. We're trying to identify him. Anyway, Guyana no run for 1 wicket.
That's Dindial, the skipper.
No, that's not the skipper, man. That can't be the skipper.
It's Dindial.
They're trying to identify. Anyway, the Windwards resuming at 60 for 5.
Oh,
they
Dindial
got
74.
out for 86 or 42.5 overs. 86 or 42.5 overs. O'Geese eventually went for 28. Leo for 4. Sayers 5. Devoni Joseph and Tariq Edwards, they went for 2 and 5 respectively yesterday. Murray today went for a duck. Gassi for 8. Franklin for 3. And bowling for Guyana, Rampasad took 5 for 18. 15.5 overs, 7 maidens. Charles yesterday, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 4, bowled very, very steady. Passad, 1 for 11 from 2 overs. Dindial, 1 for 16 from 9 overs. Sandia, 1 for 7 from 4 overs. The Windward Islands all out for 86. So Guyana did a deficit of 17. They have already lost a wicket. 1 has gone already. No fault of the pitch, just a very, very poor way of getting out, and lack of batsmanship. This one outside the off stump, a confident appeal for caught behind. Not out there as Gassi really put that one down on a good line, good length, and he was beaten. Kenroy, the way things are going, this very poor shot selection. I heard you ask Stacey and earlier about about our projections for the future. It appears to me as if the way things are going, except 2 or 3 individuals decide to put their head down and bat, it could end early.
Well, 21 wickets have fallen in a day and an hour. That's a lot of wickets to be falling in a 3 days game, really. Totals of 89 and 69 from
Gassi
both teams.
Outside the off stump, picked up the line, allowed it to go through. No run, no wicket, 1 wicket down from no run. Guyana in their second innings. And whilst we can, we have been assessing the situation in relation to the pitch itself. To me, for what I saw this morning, the pitch has eased somewhat, but the shot selection is the major problem here thus far.
Well, I just think application and really the skills displayed left much to be desired from the batters.
Gassi in this one outside the off stump and through to the keeper. I think it's out of youthful exuberance they are appealing like that, but certainly it appears to where we are, there was no touch whatsoever.
Yeah, that's a good delivery outside the off stump, and Dindal playing and missing. As you said, the excitement, getting a first wicket in the first over. The adrenaline is pumping, Windward Islands. So it's pretty hard to look at, really hard to look at. There's 3 slips, a backward point, short extra cover. This one is another short lifting delivery on the off stump. That brings the first over to an end. So over number 1 have been completed. Guyana have lost 1 wicket. No run on the board.
Yeah, the total order 86, 89 was the final total. 86. The Windward Islands are 86 in their first innings. Responded to Guyana 69 of 35.5 overs. The Windward Islands innings lasted 42.5 overs. They resumed 60 for 5, and as a matter of time, in 50 minutes, they got to 26 more runs, and the other 5 wickets stumbled, basically. And again, we must reiterate, it is no fault of the pitch. The problem is the batsman's shot selection and lack of concentration. So from this to top end, we're going to have Franklin. All right.
Yes, it is. Franklin with the number 47 on his
be
back.
bowling to Ramnath. Batsman? Ramnath, yes, Ramnath. So 2 slips, a gully, backward point. Short is extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, straightish, mid-wicket, and a square leg in. Outside the off stump, and taken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no run. No run for 1 wicket. Passad having gifted his wicket away for the second time. I know it's in July. It's early Santa Claus for the Windwards, giving gifts, bearing precious gifts, and he's given his wicket away for the second time. Understood he batted for a long time in his previous game, and showed the propensity they wanted to stay there. Being promoted to open, he doesn't look the part period.
Technical skills lacking.
Lacking in skill as an opening batsman. This one outside the leg stump, and Ramnath looking to flick that one away. Mistaken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no run. So Kenroy, we have to say it as it is really some very, very poor shot selection, or lack thereof. The pitch itself, from what I've seen for the hours or so this morning, has eased with the moisture from yesterday. Definitely it has eased.
Well, it's, in my opinion, it's a rather flat wicket. It's a good wicket for batting. All you have to do is occupy the crease, wait on the bad deliveries, and just bat. There's no devil in the wicket. It is not moving sideways, not bouncing awkwardly. It is not doing anything out of the ordinary. And we have lost 21 wickets within a day and an hour.
Yeah, there was a couple yesterday that really spun and bounced on 1 or 2 individual. A couple of them got out, but generally, it is a question, as you alluded to. You have described it properly. Sit there and bat and grind it out, gut it out. But we're not seeing that because Franklin, from the northern end, outside the off stump, through to the keeper, and there is no run. Because I thought that Thorn from Guyana really bowled an excellent spell from the southern end yesterday, and Charles aided and abetted him from the top end and bowled a very steady line. And because the Windwards batsmen stayed there, and Pascal with his experience and O'Geese, they were able to keep the Wolves at bay. They really, really bowled well. And as I go back to your point, strengthening it, application.
Yeah, those 2 batted well in that session with the fast bowlers. They occupied the crease. They left the ball when they're supposed to be left. They played the shots when they're supposed to be played. Really good session, and because of their seniority, you could see that coming through in that session, because Thorn and Charles really bowled some really immaculate lines and some excellent deliveries. But unfortunate, those 2 battled through. And then, after Pascal got out, everything fell away for the Windwards. And this morning, they were bowled out for 89.
They tumbled like a deck of cards after Pascal got out. So Franklin continuing for the Windward Islands from the northern end. This one on the stumps, defended well, and that's the end of the second over, second consecutive maiden. No run for 1 wicket Guyana in their second innings. But certainly, they alluded to the fact that Thorn and Charles really bowled well. They bowled 12 overs between them in non-stop for 26 runs. And they could easily have gotten 3-4 wickets, but they really, really bowled well. But I believe what negated that was the experience of Pascal and O'Geese that kept them at bay. Had it been some of the lesser batsmen, I'm certain they would easily gotten 2-3 wickets apiece. To be honest with you, really, really good bowling from both of them. But be that as it may, let us hope for today that we'll see a better form of application from the Guyanese in their second innings. As Gassi comes in, this one just outside the off stump, and you can see that pronounced movement from Dindal, and the total remains yet to get off the mark, 1 wicket down.
Well, Dindal, the captain, he would have to do the bulk of the work. He's the most senior batter in the Guyanese team. So he's called upon here as captain and also as the senior batter to lead this challenge that they have here against the Windward Islands. They have a deficit of 16 before the start scoring. They have lost a wicket. So he needs to bat through this innings, lead from the front. Good bowling here by Gassi. Just outside the off, so I'm getting some lift and some bunks as well. So not bad bowling by him, but well judged by Dindal.
So we'll just wait to see what type of approach the skipper Dindal and Ramnath would produce for their country. Because I think the acid test comes when the spinners come on. The pitch is not really doing anything untowards, but the acid test comes there. Once the ball is above the eye line, you have problems with our young batsmen. As Gassi from the southern end. This one, again, keeping a good line outside the off stump to the keeper, and there is no run.
Yeah, steady line ball there by Gassi. Just outside the off stump, he has 2 slips, a backward point, a gully, short extra cover, and a mid-off. There's no man at fine leg. Yeah, there's one at fine leg, and there's a mid-wicket and a mid-on. So he has a rather good packed, normal offside field. He's bowling to. But as you said, the issue would be how the batsmen adjust themselves to the spinners when they are brought on this attack. They have not really applied themselves.
Gassi in.
Oh, that's out.
There's a strong appeal for caught behind. Umpire says no. Strong appeal. Umpire says no.
Well, I did see some deviation from the bat there. I think Dindal is rather lucky to be still batting, but there was a big deviation from that.
Are you so sure it wasn't deviation from off the pitch?
It looked straight from the bat, really.
You saw that?
Yeah. I'm directly behind here. Unfortunately for Gassi, he doesn't get that wicket.
Sometimes we have a little bit of a illusion.
Not illusion. Just
sometimes
saw it.
in life it happens to all of us.
It happens, but the umpire in his job says it's not out. The Windward players thought it was out. I'm thinking that it's out from here, but the final decision is with him.
In, outside the leg stump, and a no ball call and signal by the umpire. So Guyana off the mark with an extra. It's 1 for 1 in their second innings with a deficit of 17. And they're really down in the dumps here. There's a question whereby I believe the management should dig into the mindset of the skipper himself and say to him, look, try and bat up until lunch, try and get 100 in this innings. Those should be the benchmark. Bat before lunch. Do it in stages. So I'll be able to see off the new ball and see how things go when the spinners come on. This one outside the off stump, and took the outer portion of the bat out on the offside, and there's no one. So if they sort of set targets in blocks, okay, the first 10 overs, the fast bowlers are on, see them off, spinners come on, try and see them off, and bat in blocks. So by the time the lunch period reach, maybe 50 for 1, something of that sort. So you sort of set yourself up for long day batting, and let the Windwards bowlers work for their wickets. As Gassi in outside the off stump, keeping a good line constantly. He's keeping it there or thereabout. At the end of a pretty good over for him, the third in this innings, Guyana in second innings. Having dismissed the Windwards this morning for 86 with a lead of 17. They are 1 for 1. Passad giving away his wicket like taking candies from children, they give it away, and just well, a lot of Batman. He's back in the pavilion. Unfortunately for Guyana, we lost one for the loss of one. Kenroy.
Well, good start to the second innings for the Windward Islands. Similar start for Guyana. Not too sure how things would unfold here. They have a deficit of 16. Need to get past that first before even start scoring. But Ramnath and Dindal are doing the job here for Guyana. They have to do the job. If they don't, I think that this game would be over rather quickly. Franklin with a full pitch delivery. That's the first run really for Guyana. Second one off the bat really.
Yes, that one is on his legs and he clipped it away to the left of mid wicket and he collected an easy single. It's 2 for the loss of 1 Guyana in the second innings. Still 15 runs behind. It's a low scoring game. But Kenroy, for the sake of the tournament, you really love to see batsmen put their heads down and bat. Here at the premier facilities in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Annisfield, because having heard the scores, Guyana, Jamaica got 290 somebody against Leeward yesterday. Trinidad 165 at Park Hill as against Barbados. So we want to hear that type of scores and see those type of scores here at the premier facility. But we're not really seeing it. We're not really seeing it. And it's a shame. Franklin in. This one, good line, keeping it just around that foot stump line and defended well by Dindleal, the skipper. Total remains 2 for 1, but certainly batsmanship in this tournament is clearly lacking.
Yeah, we have seen some good cricket being played, but it has been played in patches. It is not consistent, and that is what we would want to have from the cricketers, whether bowling or batting. Consistent standard of cricket being played by these youngsters. We have not seen that. You have seen glimpses. You have seen them playing in patches. You have seen good bowling spells from fast bowlers, good bowling spells from spin bowlers, good tandem bowling between them. But we have not seen it consistently in the tournament, and that bothers me.
Well, it bothers all who are concerned about the state of the tournament, because as I keep repeating myself, these are the individuals who are looking forward to a senior West Indies team, whether in whichever format, but they really have to display the propensity to steady and bat, particularly batsmanship outside the off stump and driven half stop by the man there at cover and the collector singles. So then they're off the market. 1 is 3 for 1, but certainly in some youth tournaments, I'll refer to the Indian cricket tournaments. When you read reports about teams making 500, 600 for 5 and 6. Pitches are very good. Batsman 200, 300, because Jaiswal, who is right now with the test team in Trinidad, he played on the 19 World Cup here in the Caribbean last year, I think it was, This one outside the off stump, too wide to attract a shot, and there's no run. Then there's some young Pakistanis, names do not readily come to mind. They tend to score a lot of runs. Again, the state of the pitches and the determination to go forward in life and make some things out of life from cricket. And that is what people should be aiming at. Have targets set and be able to say, as a batsman, look, I want 300 runs in the tournament. I want 400 runs in the tournament. Bowlers, you're right, spin fast. We need X amount of wickets. And work towards your targets. As Franklin from the northern end. This one hitting the bat very hard. Push that one out to short extra over, and there's no run. The end of the over. 3 for the loss of 1. Slow going in the second innings here by Guyana.
Well, being put under pressure by the Windward Island bowlers after losing their first wicket, after losing first innings. Dindal and Ramnath are there. They need to just occupy the crease about as long as possible. Take less risk, hit the ball in front of them, leave what they have to leave. Show some form of batsmanship for Guyana. If they are to come back in this game, they need to bat at least the first hour, next hour or so before lunch. It doesn't matter the score once they occupy the crease and take that time away from the game. It is critically important as well. Yes, you have to score runs, but you have to bat as long as possible in these formats.
Gassi from the southern end. In. This one on the leg stump, and Dindal was squared up there, looking to top it on the onside, but he was square. His whole body was square on, and it went out on the onside, and the total remains 3 for the loss of 1 Guyana in the second innings. Yes, Ken, was very vital that they try and bat up until lunch without any further loss. It's crucial. So by which time the score should have been advanced, as I said, maybe by about, let's say about 50, thereabout for 1, maybe 2, if you look at another one, but try and get it around there. The main thing is to bat for a long, long, long time. 2 slips in the gully, go down, backward point, sitting extra cover, 2 extra covers in. This one, another no ball, striving for pace, but the pitch itself has lost a lot of that pace that we saw yesterday, as he really dug that one in and striving for it, overstepped, called by the umpire. 4 for the loss of 1. That's Gassi from the southern end, and with the sun that is hitting the pitch, it's pulled out whatever moisture there was. I was getting an explanation last night in relation to why the pitch played the way it played yesterday, but I didn't buy it, to be honest with you. As Gassi from the southern end in. This one, again, he's walking across, and Gassi is following him, which makes sense. And that one took the outer portion of the bat, half stop at second slip, and the total remains 4 for 1 Guyana in the second innings. With that pronounced movement, you can find yourselves into real problems if the bowler can keep a consistent line as what Gassi is doing.
Well, he's doing that, and Dindal is finding it difficult to get ball and bat when it comes to Gassi. He's in that 4th stump. There's 2 slips, a gully, square cover, short extra cover. There's 2 men just lurking in that catching area at cover, short extra cover, just for that lofted drive. Just spoke about that through the hands.
Push that one in the air just to the left of the man at one of the 2 short extra cover. He got away with it, and he got 2 runs, 6 for the loss of 1. But certainly credit must be given to the skipper of the Windwards and the bowler, keeping the ball in the area where they're creating a foul shot.
Yes, that one really. And he's in there for that reason. The ball was struck in the air, went to his left. Really should have done better with that, but it went through his hands, and 2 more runs there for Guyana. Fortune favor the brave here.
But I think it's some sensible bowling here, because this pronounced movement is creating the problems. He doesn't really know where his off stump is. Look at him closely. That back leg is right on the off stump, just before the bowler delivers. So he is square on, and he will create problems. So in terms of looking to drive, you will definitely have to play the ball in the air. So I think it's good thinking on their part towards having the 2 extra cover and the mid-off not too far away, because chances are he's going to lift them with the bottom hand coming into play. So 6 for 1 Guyana, still a deficit of 11, looking to bat as long as possible, as they're facing the Windwards opening bowlers in Gassi from the southern end and Courtney Franklin from the northern end. Gassi in outside the off stump and driving again, but to the right of the fielder there. Very good stop indeed, and they're high fives, so to speak, for a good stop. He drove it along the ground this time. Fortunately for him, it was well stopped, and no runs, because had that gone past him, I believe it would have definitely been a boundary.
Yes, well, powerfully struck by Dindal through the covers errors, but a good feeling there by the man who's setting that area for that.
Identification of the fielder there. Killy, the fielder is home. In comes Gassi. Massey. This one outside the leg stump, lifted. Oh, Sears.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so at the end of over losing his line a little bit. But what will test Dendale Kenroy? Again, maybe they are learning the game, so to speak, is to go around the wicket and force him with that movement, to see exactly how he will play with the deliveries coming from round the wicket.
Well, it's how well he could execute that as well.
Well, it's, as I said, it's in a learning process.
How well he could execute it.
So that was the end of the over. It's what, 6 for 1? 6 for 1 Guyana in their second innings. Windward Islands resuming this morning 60 for 5. Dismissed for 86. Surprisingly, dismissed for 86. 26 runs later. The innings lasted 42.5 overs with Akim Ogie top scoring at 28. And Pascal, he got 23 yesterday. And bowling for Guyana, Jonathan Rampasad 5 for 18 from 15.5 overs, 7 maidens. Charles took 1 for 4, Passad 1 for 11, Sandia 1 for 7, and Denleal 1 for 16 from 9. As Franklin in, this one outside the off stump, pushes this one through to the right of covers, going close to the boundary. They have 1. They're coming for a second, a bit of a relay. They should have gone for a third run. Certainly should have been 3 runs there, because when they were looking, they're actually ball watching, because the relay from the fielder that got close to the rope to the other fieldsmen close to him is a comfortable third, but they settled for 2, 8 for 1 again. All these little parts of the game that they need to tighten up on.
I think the non-striker slipped when he turned, so he signaled him not to come back. This Dindal.
Well, at the end of the safety.
Yeah.
Preserving the wicket. Franklin from the northern end. This one outside the off stump as he moved the top hand away, and it fell away to the left of second slip. No run. 8 for 1. 8 for 1 Guyana in this. As they try to wipe away the deficit without any further loss and try to bat our assist again, Kenroy, in stages up until lunchtime, so that they can we'll have an extension in the game and watch some young West Indian batsmen put some runs on the board.
We're hoping for that.
Franklin in outside the off stump, and my goodness, that one again. He hit the edge and it fell short, I think, of it, of second slip. Fortunate as he pulled his top hand away, otherwise he certainly would have been landed into second slip slap. But he's there. Fortune favors the brave. He survived.
Well, just some testing times here for these batters, Ramnath and Dindal. Franklin into his third over here. Windward Islands bowled out for 89. Guyana bowled out for 69. Good lifting delivery outside the off stump. Had some pace on it that time.
I'd like to get a little discussion with you about this sort of what a new name of a batter as against batsman. I have a problem with it, because with the advent of women's cricket, they say batter. But when it comes to men's cricket, it should be batsman. There's no batswoman, it's a batter. I can understand for ladies cricket. When it comes to the men's side of it, it should be batsman. I have a problem with it. That's the new terminology, the batter. Franklin in, outside the off stump, and he lifted this one. It was a loose shot, I would say. To be honest with you, I think it was loose. He lifted it over mid-on, and he fortunate to get away with that one. And he got a single, but certainly a foul shot.
Well, that one was pitched up. He went for a full-blooded drive, and it went ballooning over the man at mid-on, dropping in no man's land. Picks up another 2 runs. Still, they have not shown that control and that application that they need, really. These batsmen from Guyana finding it difficult to really score here, finding it difficult to find the middle of the bat as well.
And they're giving the Windwards bowlers hope with some of these false shots that they're getting away with. and a very interesting field place. And again, here it is. We have what? Two slips, gully, backward point, two sort of a shortish cover and a shortish extra cover, if you want to use that terminology. And a mid-off Franklin in, too wide outside the off stump, allow that one to go through the end of the over. Certainly some interesting tactics being used by the Windwards, trying to lull Dindial into a foul shot, driving up to one of the two extra covers. Very interesting.
Yeah, well, he did it earlier in the innings, went through the arms of the fielder who was there. So they are still persisting with that field, but Dindial is resisting it, his shoreline arms, and allowing the ball to go to the keeper. Has to be a little bit fuller if he's to be enticed into that shot again. Just a little bit too far outside the off stump. As we see the skipper is signaling to his spinners to get warm. I have no problems with that. They have done the work for the team. They have really bowled well. So if you need to win this game, you have to turn to them. 9 for 1. 6 overs completed. The spinners are getting ready to get things started here.
Yes, they do their do, as you want to say. But we are looking at it from a neutral standpoint, where we are looking forward to seeing some level of batsmanship from these Guyanese batsmen. That is the way we are looking at things. Gassi from the southern end in. Wide outside the off stump, and he's out, caught. Outside the off stump, threw the bat at it. Why a very poor shot selection. Ball was too wide. Nicked it, and he's on the way back to pavilion. As simple as that.
Well. Another wicket goes. A wide delivery outside the off stump, and Ramnath went for the drive. 2 slips, was waiting there, and an easy catch by the man at second slip. Juggled a little bit, but another wicket goes for Guyana. Guyana here in their second innings are 9 for 2 with a deficit of 17. Really, it seems as though we may leave here before tea time, Stanley, if things continue the way it is.
Are you gonna blame the pitch for that, dismissal?
No, that's what a wide delivery outside the off stump. Had no need to play. Pitched up the shoulder arms into the keeper's glove.
Yeah, the point is,
yeah, plus.
with this sort of technology available to these guys should be shown tonight the errors that they are making. That ball was wide outside the off and it's not a 10-10 game, a 20-20 game. He's just threw the bat at it and threw the bat at it, nicked, and it's easy to take. And then Guyana in real problems here now, 9 for 2. Another gifted, I will call it the 2 wickets in the second innings for Guyana have been gifted wickets to the Windward Islands, who are happy that both wickets have fallen. But to be honest with you, not looking good in terms of batsmanship is concerned.
Well, that brings Yearwood to the crease. He would join his skipper Dindal for Guyana at 9 for 2. Deficit of 17. Really not much to talk about when it comes to batting. The bowlers have dominated this game from the start. They have not even had a batter putting up his hands in any innings. They have really struggled on a placid wicket, really. An easy batting track.
Very easy batting track. You know, I remember in Grenada youth tournament, and there was an individual who got 93, and he said he was fearful to come into the pavilion to look at me. He got 93. And he sort of gifted it away towards the end. He shouldn't have done it, because I said to him, you did all the hard work. Why give it away? You see, he was fearful to come in to face me. But that is the sort of standards I set when the people like yourself, you knew that. You're well aware of that. You got to get runs as a batsman. And the only way we can do that is by proper preparation and concentrate for long periods. That is, those 2 wickets for Guyana in second innings are gifted wickets. There's no 2 ways about it. And the spinners have not yet been introduced. Who knows how far this game would go, the way things are going. As Gassi from the southern end. This one, what he really did, he allowed that one to come on to him with a horizontal bat, and it fell somewhere in the slip cord. And what was he thinking of? Was he attempting to leave it just allow it to hit his bat. It's one of these description is difficult to let our viewers know exactly what he did. Very difficult, but he has survived. 9 for 2. And what I'm seeing thus far, Kenroy, this batsman, if what he want, well, after this delivery, Gassi in, he dropped his hand this time, allow it to go through the keeper, still 9 for 2. But the Guyanese batsman doesn't suggest permanence.
Well, that's a word that we're looking for when it comes to batters. They're not sticking around, they're not digging in, they're not mentally tough. They're looking to play the wrong shots, the wrong deliveries. Technically, they're pretty much weak. Really, it's hard to say here, but I'm saying it. We really need to look at our young cricketers and how they go about applying their trade.
This one outside the off stump, he's looking to play, and then he pulled away at the last moment, allow it to go by. And that is exactly what Ratnat should have done. Picked up the line, allow it to go by, rather than just had a fling at it outside the off stump, got a nick, that's it. He's back in the pavilion. 9 for 2 Guyana. The deficit of 17, and they are really, really and truly struggling. And they have allowed themselves to struggle. Because once you play in school cricket in the different Caribbean territory, you should be able to bat much better than what we are seeing here as representation for your national team at this age level. Gassi in. Again outside the off stump, wide, and he threw the bat at it, and could have easily nicked it again, but this time it struck the toe of the bat and went out on the offside. He's off the mark with 1. It's 10 for 2, and prospects are not prospective indeed, Kenroy.
Oh gosh!
So that single arm, it's Dindial who has come in to strike. Gassi, Guyana 10 for 2, 10 for 2. And, you know, we tend to say it like it is. It may not be very popular, but it is the truth. Batsmanship, from what I've seen thus far, is clearly lacking. Looked at some of the other games, definitely lacking. There are 1 or 2 individuals who appear to give you the impression that they want to bat for long periods. Gassi in, outside the leg stump as he moved across, maybe aiming for that leg stump, through to the keeper, end of another over, 10 for the loss of 2, and Guyana in real problems here at Annisfield.
Well, 10 for 2 in your second innings when you made a paltry score of 69 in the first inning speaks volume. Speaks volume as to how things have been going for you in the tournament and what has been happening with your team. Really, and the spinners have done the bulk of the bowling and they have picked up the bulk of the wickets. It's good to see the fast bowlers getting a spell and picking up wickets as well. Franklin had 2 yesterday, Gassi had 1. Today, Gassi has 2. But he was only bowled just about 4 or 5 overs. To be sure, 4 overs. And here comes the spinners into the attack.
Well, is it Murray who's going to start from this top end left arm over?
Yes.
Well, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. How are they going to enjoy what will be served up by Murray? We just have to wait and see and describe it as we see it. So what do we have? A slip, a leg slip, silly mid on, short square, straightest and short mid wicket, mid on, deep mid wicket, mid off, extra cover, and a slip. So we have what, a 6-3 field with the emphasis or the focus on the leg side. Let's see how Denlial and Yearwood will handle. Is Murray from this the top end? My goodness, this one flighted, looking for a big shot. He doesn't know what the ball is doing. He just decided, I am going to have a bang at this one. And he has survived. How he survived, I'm not sure. The appeal went up, not out, says the umpire. Murray in. flighted this one outside the leg stump, and he swept at this one. He got a nick onto it. No, it's a bye. It seemed to have hit the bowler's footmarks, and they passed the keeper, and Guyana got a single. It's now 11 for 2 as the field change over for the right hand left hand combination. The right handed Dinley come in to strike as the skipper O'Geese rearranging his field. It's now a 7-2 field, I describe it after this delivery. Murray left arm over in for defensive Dinley, and there's no run. There's a slip. Silly mid off. Backward point. Squarish cover point. Deepish cover. Short extra cover. Back he goes. Misses taken by the keeper, and there's no run. So there's this short extra cover is a mid off, a mid on, and a straightish mid wicket. 7-2 field. Murray from the top end. Just threw that ball in the air, and there's an appeal, half-hearted. They're not too sure, but umpire doesn't answer in the affirmative. And you know, Ken Roy, what you spoke about yesterday, the lack of the movement of the feet. He's just throwing the ball in the air. So once it go to the above eye level, you're going to have problems. And they have any problems with it. Forward defensive, striking the pad, not out. The end of a very interesting over, and the testing times are starting. 11 for 2.
Well, it's going to be a difficult time for Guyana here with the introduction of the spinners, knowing that the way that they are batting, and it left much to be desired really from these batters. But somebody has to put up their hands and say, listen, ma'am, I'm going to bat for Guyana. And these two are here. Yeah, they don't look as confident as they ought to. They're not hitting the ball in the middle. They're not really showing the authority that they ought to as batsmen. But they're still there, surviving, basically, yes, as there's another change from the other end. Here comes the other spinner, the off spinner.
Who's that? The other spinner? It's
Tariq
Edwards. But what is a little troubling, Ken Roy? Ghana is known to produce spin bowlers. Why are they so inept at batting spin bowling here? Slow bowling, if you want to tell me that way. Why are they so inept to it? You had Pomal, you had Versamy, you had Roger Harper, you had Clyde Butts. All these spinners are and many more out of Guyana. Tariq Edwards in, outside the off stump goes, and he forces it out to cover, and there is no run. 11 for 2. But something is radically wrong, because all these spinners came out of Guyana. Most of them has played for the West Indies. And you find these batsmen here in this under 19 level found wanting. I would not even say spin bowling, slow bowling.
I agree with you, spin bowling. Slow bowling.
Flighty delivery from Tariq Edwards, defended there. And there is no one by Yearwood. 11 for 2. And they are really struggling, Guyana here. As Tariq Edwards from the southern end. Flighty delivery, pushed out to that shortest extra cover by Yearwood, and there's no run. Here it is. He's practicing a paddle sweep, and the ball is on the off stump. What is he thinking of? As Tariq Edwards in, this one outside the off stump, and it played at it, took the outer portion of the bat and flew to the left of slip down to the shortish third man, and there is no run. So slip silly mid off, shortish third man, square cover point, short extra cover, cover mid off, mid on, straightish mid wicket. So it's really a 7-2 field being employed here by O'Geese. As Edwards in. This one definitely spun across him. That one definitely spun.
Yeah, pitch just about the off stump and bounce and turn. Went across the bat and into the keeper's glove. Good delivery by Edwards.
Needs to fight for his country. Edwards in. This one driven out to mid off, no run, flighty delivery, the end of the over. Is it? Yes, I think it's the end. end of the over. It's a maiden over 11 for 2. As we are seeing some troubling signs here for Guyana with the spinners on, and they are not really looking steady at all. Kenroy.
Yes, some issues here been brought up by the spinners. The batters not really looking as confident as they ought to, really, and they have created the trouble in the first inning as they continue to do so, as the first hour of play here have been completed. In this is second innings of the Guyanese taking it, and we will take a break here and return to Annisville as the players have been refreshed. Guyana at present are 11 for 2 with a 17 runs deficit.
Welcome back to Cricket West Indies under 19 Men's Rising Stars Tournament, a contest between the Guyana, and the Windward Islands. Beautifully poised there, lots of action, mainly lots of wickets, Stanley.
Well, the wickets are tumbling. We're just hoping they fall in like 9 pins. We're just hoping that at least they can bat them and they launch it out any for the last, at least.
2 wickets have fallen in this innings for the Guyana team so far. Court Murray continues to Mavenja Dindyal, the captain of this team. They're hoping for him to really stay there and put some pressure on the Windward Islands outfit. He's also there with Shamar Yearwood use of the feet. Doesn't go through with the shot, so good to see there from Dindial just checking his shot after not being to the pitch of the ball. That's more of what we want to see from these players, clear decision making. Swanee launches down the ground, imperious off the bat of Mavenja Dindial. Excellent shot up and over the field from him.
Yes, that's a fine shot there by Dindial. Flighted, no big set of turn, used his feet beautifully and lofted it deliberately for a boundary. Very, very one of the best shots we have seen from the Guyanese batting, both first innings and so far in the second innings.
Yeah, one was even too much air that time from Court Murray. So
that is what's needed, Stacey. Once the loose deliveries come, is to pounce on it and get runs and put the bowler under pressure.
Indeed, and Murray continuing. He sweeps this one this time. Not sure if he got bat onto it. We see this, await the signal from the umpire. They pick up 2 more runs. Enough signal from the umpire, so 2 more runs to Mavenja Dindial. And this is what we're seeing from Dindial. He's been clear in his decision making so far, and I think that's been one of the downfalls for the players, apart from their adaptability. I mean, the skill is definitely there. A lot of these players have hundreds, whether in this tournament or elsewhere. Well left. Shama Yearwood himself, just a few months ago, scored the first 120 years in the senior tournament in Guyana. So definitely they have batting pedigrees, but it's how they go about making decisions when they're out there and the lack of game awareness that we're seeing that's letting them down. So that's the end of the over. 17 for 2. So a good over for Guyana.
Yes, they have wiped off the deficits, which means the Windwards Islands have to bat a second innings. So they are level pegging in terms of runs, but it's a question of what type of target they should be aiming at, because it's now what, 22, 23 minutes after 11. They should try and bat up until lunch at least. That should be their first priority. Bat up until lunch without being dismissed.
Yes, well, with so much time still left in the game, there's still another day tomorrow. I'm not sure what the weather forecast is like.
It'll be good.
There you go, it should be good. So what Guyana should be looking to do is to stay on top by just batting for the rest of the day, really, or maybe close to the end of the day's play. Put as many runs on the board as possible to keep Windward Islands out of the game.
But they'll have to bat in stages. So target is stage 1, lunch today.
Yeah, definitely. Swanee's launched down the ground. Did he get a hold of it properly? Yes, he did. 1 bounce over the fence for 4 runs. So good batting on show here from the Guyana team, looking to go straight from anything that's pitched up.
Yes, this is what you need, man. Have some good shot selection rather than playing injudicious shots. Try and pick the right deliveries to try and pounce on. And those 2 boundaries we are seeing, one from Dindial and one from Yearwood. Good shot selection.
Yeah, now it forces a change in the field. The captain has decided to push that man at long off back. Oh, he tries to go again. And this is what we're talking about in being clear in your decision making. Now that fielder went back. Why chance your arm and try to go in that same direction after the fielder was there? No, that was the perfect opportunity for him to take a single down the ground.
Precisely. Just push that delivery down to mid off and collect a single, looking for another big shot. That's we just spoke about the shot selection. Just spoke about it. They need to be more mindful as to what is happening around. That game awareness, as you always refer to it.
Goes back. It's this one into the onside. I think they'll pick up 2. Yes, they do. It's a good run in by these 2. It's something I've noticed with a lot of the players in the tournament. They look like they just want to get at the bowling. Not a lot of the players are looking to play that long game, especially we're in the longer format now, 3 days. So these players need to put up their hand and look to bat long for their teams.
Yes, they need to put up their hands and be counted. Look at the position of your team and say, look, as I said, we are going to bat them until launch without any real undue risk.
Cuts well. I think this will get close to the boundary. Yes, it should get there. So a boundary to Mavenja Dindal, and the scoring rate is all of a sudden being picked up. And importantly, they're scoring against the spinners.
Yes, and this must set Ogies to start thinking if they can get these boundaries with, I keep saying, repeating, good shot selection. That is crucial, because it makes no sense you get a boundary and then try to do the impossible in the next delivery and try to hit another boundary when the ball is not there for it. So you're curbing aggression with good defense.
That's nice. That's really nice there from Dindal. It's pitched up, came forward quite well, nicely, and got a single and off strike. After a boundary follows up a single, so it keeps the scoreboard ticking as well.
Yes, so far so good. But this little bit of indiscretion comes into their mind one situation like this. We can only say it as we see it. We are hoping that they will stay there and continue this type of batting.
Yes, and it makes the job harder for the bowlers. It makes the bowlers think about something else. So we might see a different dimensions from these bowlers coming in if they have to be forced into taking wickets, because as you mentioned on air numerous times, they've been gifting wickets all along throughout this tournament. So now we might see something different coming in from the bowling and the captaincy as well. It's all part of learning.
Yes, the thing about Stacey is that once you are going to attack and attack selectively against this type of 7-2 field, the skipper will have to rethink. And the fielders will then have to be pushed back, and it will make life becomes a little easier for you, the batsman. But you have to be very, very careful and mindful of the team position. Let yourself know mentally, I am not going to get out. And continue to concentrate for the period, as I said. Look at the period now, close to lunch. Let us bat up until lunch with proper shot selection and stay there for as long as possible. Let us go in, have lunch, and come back and let the captain of the Windwards team think again.
Sweeping at that one, exposing his leg stump a bit. Must go back to Zinal Ramsamy, who was bowled in a similar fashion yesterday.
Mentioned it yesterday. Exposing his leg stump and being bowled around his legs.
This one is wrapped on the pad. Oh, that looks straight. But no, says umpire. I don't know if there was some bat involved in that one.
We are far away. We're not sure.
Indeed, well, from my vantage point, it looked pretty straight. But the umpire was quick to say not out, and the players as well.
Probably
they went up but went down
probably
just as quickly.
Yeah,
maybe some bat there. It's much better. That's it. Nice strike rotation. We needed to see more of that yesterday. So we're seeing that in the second innings from the Guyana team. Mavenja Dindal, the captain, leading the way.
But in all honesty, Stacey, the pitch is not spinning and bouncing prodigiously as of yesterday. And I think they are feeling more comfortable by pushing forward.
Yes, I think too. I'm not sure if there was a roller used before the start of the second innings. I think that might help as well. It might help to flatten things out a bit, and then as the innings progresses, then we might start to see more turn as well. And the ball is still fairly new also.
This delivery on the leg stump, and he defended it out to City made on, no run.
Oh, he gets a hold of it. It's in the air. There's a fielder running under it. Oh, and he drops it through his hands. I think that's Stefan Pascal looking to get at it, but really, Shanil Edward may have been in a better position to take that catch. It was skied for such a long time, but he didn't get in a good position to take the catch in the end. So a chance goes a begging here for the Windward Islands team.
We have just been speaking about the good shot selection from both batsmen, and he basically looked to gift it away again just as we spoke. And Pascal should have taken the catch because he made all the grounds. But the person who is out at square leg should be the one to come in and take it easily. But Pascal went and he spilled it. Fortunately for Guyana. Let's see if he will learn from that error.
Indeed, and that's what we want to see. Delivery to delivery, these players learning from their mistakes as the over comes to an end. 32 for 2.
Well, you know, we can only stay here and speak what we are seeing. But certainly, he looked to gift the Windward Islands a third wicket there because of a question of concentration. I think concentration is the problem. Flighty delivery is not in some run. Just steady and bat. Defend when the ball is there to defend. Attack when the ball is there to when it's loose. But basically, he has survived. Let's see if he would capitalize on the chance that he got.
Yes, and the way the Windward Island spinners operated in the first innings, I'm not seeing that sort of threat. You also mentioned that the wicket isn't spinning as much. But Tariq Edward, who usually has good control, they've been able to get at him, seen a few loose deliveries from him as well. So they're looking to put them under pressure. So now that Guyana is on top in terms of applying that pressure to nicely driven, gets through the field. Shanil Edwards there tried to stop that, but it bounced awkwardly. Spun past him, so they pick up 2 more. So what I was saying, now you have applied pressure to the Windward Islands team. You need to stay on top. You can't give your wicket away in a situation like this.
It will also make the captain have some force him to change the field. You have to change the field once you are getting runs like that. And as a matter of fact, we have seen a field change right away.
Ouch. That's close.
So the leg slip has been moved out now to squarish cover because he's forced them to change by going through the offside and getting runs. 34 for the loss of 2. Tariq Edwards in once more to bowl. Back he goes looking to cut again. This ill-advised shot. A delivery should easily come forward and roll at it and defend it with a full face of a vertical bat. Looking to play the horizontal, and that could only spell danger.
Yes, indeed. So Edward continuing to Dindial. Avenger Dindial, the skipper of Guyana team, plays that to the third man area. They pick up 2 more runs. So we're seeing what pressure can do when you apply pressure. Avenger Dindial and we're doing that quite well. They've done so. The field has been dispersed. Less fielders are around the bat. So now it's time for them to think, hey, we are on top here. Lunch is about 25 minutes or so away. So let's just play every ball and on its merit, look to get to lunch and then press on after lunch. Oh, he's sweeping that one. Not sure if he connected on that. Some bonks there, eluding the keeper's glove. So by signal.
I believe that delivery hit the bowler's foot mark. And it bounced a bit. Not really no big spin. It bounced away from the wicketkeeper. Enough all the ways. And they got 2 byes. So at least their scores advanced by 2.
So 38 for 2. Tariq Edward, in his spell yesterday, went for 4 runs, picking up 5 wickets.
This is where the manager or the coach of the Guyanese team need, as players gone out to change the helmet, need to send a message. Say, hey, look, yes, we are going good so far, but cut out some of these injudicious shots. That basically message should have gone out. Now they are speaking. There's a great opportunity to get the message and reinforce the message to stay there up until lunch. That should be the message.
Yes. Yeah, what I was saying, Tariq Edward yesterday went for only 4 runs. Quite a miserly spell from him, picking up 5 wickets as well. Today, he's already gone for 16 runs. So a vast difference in terms of the run scoring against him.
And with the pitch offering less assistance to make life a little easier for the Guyanese batsman. And the coach, the management, the adults should have recognized this and reinforced the message. to stay there and bat and bat and bat. Do not give the opposition the Windwards any opportunity or give them another wicket. What they have already been given two. The 2 wickets that has fallen.
Yeah, so Yearwood on strike to Court Murray. Quick single taken. Oh, that will be close. Oh, not out. Oh my goodness, that looked really close there. Umpire saying not out.
Umpire said not out. The decision is there, and that's it, Casey.
Yeah,
Do
well,
not
it
get
looked
carried
really
away.
close.
The
I
umpire
know,
made
I
the
know.
decision, that's it. Because if he says not out, is not out. If he says out, is out.
Yeah, definitely. The
He's in
umpire's
the best
decision.
position.
The umpire's decision stands.
But he's in the best position.
Yeah, the umpire decision stands. It looked really close. We are in a position to say that if it looked close from our view. But the umpire, as we mentioned, is in the best position, and he adjudged that to be not out, much to the disappointment of the Windward Islands team. They all went down on their hunches after that was deemed to be not out. So Mavenja Dindyal, tight single taken there, lives to fight another day.
Wasn't the best of calls because it's totally not called for this very sharp single at this point in time here. They should not have gone for it, but they went and they got away with it.
Yeah, there was a bit of hesitation on Dindyal's part when it's full. Yeah, a bit of hesitation actually. I think Shamaye would wanted the single immediately. Dindyal had to really get his skates on, in the end making it with a dive. So lives to fight another day. Murray continues to him. Use of the feet. We're seeing more of that from Dindyal in this innings to Murray. As a matter of fact, Dindyal was dismissed to the pacer early yesterday. So we didn't get to see his pedigree against the spin bowling attack of the Windward Islands team. That's a better single there for sure. Easy single. So Dindyal last year made 198 runs in the tournament. He scored a century, 138 runs in that century he scored. He had an average of 55 and a strike rate of close to 60. So definitely has some pedigree with the bat, and they want to break this partnership here between Yearwood and Dindyal. It's another single taken. So much better batting by these two senior batters in the team. Shama Yearwood actually looked the best batter yesterday. In fact, well, his score would suggest that he was the best batter in their innings yesterday. He top scored with 20. But he looked really good, and then basically looked to take on Murray, I believe, and held out to the player at mid-on. Goes back.
Quicker delivery, flatter trajectory, kept low. But Dindyal was on top of it, and the confidence level having risen as a matter of getting these runs on an easier pace pitch than yesterday. He defended it well, and Guyana 41 for 2, but slowly but surely building. And what we were gained from a cricketing standpoint, we were hoping that these batsmen can go on and bat. For the sake of West Indies cricket, to me, it's no matter whether it's Guyana or Windward Islands, it's a matter of trying to bat and show the pedigree that you're made of. You said he got 100 last year. The hope that he will be able to try to repeat from the Guyanese standpoints, and the Windward standpoint, we hoping he doesn't do that.
So Tariq Edward to continue. Our Guyanese batters, Yearwood and Dindyal, they've been able to negotiate his threat so far. He's the chief wicket taker for the Windward Islands, along with Court Murray. Those two operate quite well in a bowling partnership. So far, these two batters have done well. A few chances here and there that didn't stick, but they're still there fighting for Guyana. And a loud appeal. I believe that one, it looks as if right now I'm not too thrilled by the reactions of the Windward Island player against the
left
umpire.
a lot to be desired. The umpire says not out, and he's carrying on out there. These are things that should be brought to the match referee attention, and give him a serious warning. The umpire says not out.
Yeah,
Don't carry on like that, man. Come on.
I get the emotion. I get the you really want to get that wicket. You feel like You had some really close chances and you just couldn't get over the line in terms of picking up that third wicket. But these are the things that we talk about. You have to keep your emotions in check. There you go. Showing a delivery at the stump, the bat is already in a crease, could have easily been overthrows. So you must keep your emotions in check to get the job done. So the Windward Islands, from a Windward Islands standpoint, the scoring has been it's been flowing for Guyana. They need to find a way to collate some pressure-filled deliveries just to keep these batters held at one end, really. You don't want them to keep scoring on you because that's what they want to do. You can see that they want to keep scoring. So that was a good over there to finish. Tariq Edward, the score remains on 41 for 2.
Again, he has just done something which I didn't like, actually snatching his hat away from the umpire. Again, these things need to be checked. You doesn't expect to get a wicket with every delivery. And when the umpire made a decision, you have to learn to live with it, lift yourselves, and get back to do your job, which is bowling.
Indeed, and he just bowled a really good over. It was a maiden. One of the few maidens bowled since Mavenja Dindyal and Shama Yearwood's partnership came together. So just continue to do what he did in that previous over as Court Murray continues. It's a bit short, cut aerially. Lucky to get away with that, both batter and bowler. It was short, there for the shot. But the batter lucky he didn't hit that straight to the man at point.
I prefer to hear batsman, This batter business with this modern thing.
Well, I'm going to continue saying
I understand you. I respect that. I respect that.
It should be ingrained that batter is the new term. He hits this over the fielder's head at mid-on. He gives chase. Courtney Franklin is quick, but not quick enough. It beats him to the boundary. So 4 more to skipper Mavenja Dindyal.
Yes, it was a flighty delivery on the leg stump, and he clipped it nicely to the right of Courtney Franklin at his whitish mid-on to the fence for a boundary. And certainly, this is what you look for. Look for, a good battle between bat and ball, rather than, the batsman gifting it away. You try to get me out. I'm not going to give you my wickets, and see how they respond. And this is the test of the bowler. Another flighty delivery there, and he pushes that one on the wrong leg stump, and he pushes that one out to whitish along on, and there is no addition to the total as Dindyal and Yearwood are really holding up the winners, and they're showing that they can bat in. Back he goes and forces it out on the offside, and there is no run. Still 46 for 2. 46 for 2.
And what Dindyal has been doing so well to the spinners, he's been picking the length well. He knows when to come forward. He knows when to go back. There you go, down the ground, right-hand cue. You get a single. And he's using his feet well. Not a lot of the batters in this match use their feet. Not a lot of the players, actually, in this tournament use their feet well to the spin. So a really good sign from Mavenja Dindyal.
45, not 47. 45 for 2. It just been up.
Looking to sweep. Beats the fielder. Just trickles behind backward square. They pick up a single.
46 now, I think it is for 2, Woodrow.
47.
47 for 2 as Guyana doing a recovery act here with their skipper Dindyal and Yearwood from the situation where they lost 2 very, very early wickets, and in the form of the skipper Dindyal and Yearwood, they are really taking the fight, so to speak, to the Windward Islands bowlers. And with some of the attacking field placing that they had, they have certainly, the skipper have yielded by giving up one of the close fielder as Tariq Edwards will continue.
Full delivery, dugout to mid-on. Just to digress a bit, Stanley, you say you don't like the term batter. So when you if you're commentating on a female game, what would you say? You know, you dislike the term so much.
No, it's not matter dislike the case, and I said one is the female game. I understand batter. But once you play in the male version, it should be batsman.
Well, this is the thing. The term was changed so that it includes both men and women, so that the commentators, you know, you're talking sometimes. Sometimes you hear commentators calling females batsmen, you know. So I think that's why the term was changed. And I mean, your dislike for the term, it baffles me really. But Edward continues to Shamar Yearwood, defended quite nicely on the front foot. Well, I guess that's a conversation for another day. We should have off here. But for now, I'll refer to the players as batters, as is the new term to refer to men and women holistically. Sue tries to sweep that one. The reaction from the bowler may have been an edge. No, it's byes. But it was perilously close to the off stump.
Wow. Well, a bit of the luck seems to be going their way. That one is perilously close, but he survived. And I am certain the Guyanese management, they will be happy that he survived. And while with the Windwards is concerned, they're hoping that a little bit of the luck will go their way.
Back, cuts it in the gap. We pick up 2. No, yes, they're coming back for 2. So excellent running by these 2 batters. So 50 up as well.
Yes, at the end of that over, Guyana must be feeling comfortable at this point in time with about 12 or so minutes to go before lunch. 50 for the loss of 2, as having to wipe out a deficit of 17. So they are actually into the good 33 for the loss of 2. And I'm certain that you spoke about it, and you always speak about it, about the game awareness. It's a matter of what? 12, 13 minutes to lunch to try and bat these next couple of next 4, 5 overs and get into lunch. They'll be able to reassess their position. But at the moment, it's try to continue this batting in terms of moving the total forward or advancing it forward without losing a wicket, more so as lunch nears.
Yeah, so Murray will continue to Yearwood, and they definitely need to break this partnership and get rid of these 2 quickly, because the little that I know of them, the little that I've seen of them, they are going to keep scoring once they're there batting. You're not going to get heaps of maiden overs against these 2. So
I would love to see them bat up until lunch, to be very honest. So when you talk about breaking partnership quickly, I'm hoping that they'll bat up until lunch.
No, well, I'm just saying that's what the Windward Islands need to do if they are to get into this game. That is my assessment of it. Drives nicely,
yes.
crashing past the man at mid-off, 4 more runs to Yearwood, and that is what I've been saying. They need to break this partnership. That is how the Windward Islands will get back in the game. Guyana, they're doing everything right at this point in time.
But they're not out of the game, Casey. They're in the game. It's 30 something now for 2 days in the game.
Did not say they're out of the game. I'm saying the Windward Islands, they need to break this partnership quickly, because these 2 men will keep scoring. They won't be in the wicket blocking heaps of deliveries. Right? That's all I'm saying. For the Windward Islands to continue to press the accelerator, put pressure on Guyana, they have to break this partnership. If these 2 continue to bat close to T, they will have a mammoth lead, I assure you.
Yeah, but first of all, they have to look to bat up until lunch. That's the first priority.
It's just 10 minutes remaining to lunch, and it is with hope that they will continue to bat up to lunch. Nicely driven, but straight to the man in the cover area. Too short. Ooh, gets away with it. I feel that shot. A silly point. Oh my, it was hit hard into him. He's in some pain, They call out the physio right away. He's not entirely down, he's halfway down. He's trying to be strong. We saw a fielder from Guyana, Rivaldo Phillips. He was hit yesterday. But he got up right away, but it seems he's caught him right on the hand, on the bony part of the hand perhaps. Not sure who the fielder is there, so hoping that he's okay.
Yes, he got a blow there, but that delivery back and struck him somewhere. The physios out there trying to get an update on the test match. Bearing in mind, we have our own interests as well too in terms of the test match. So just trying to get Kelly to give an update in relation to what's happening in the test match. Because there is interest there as well. 362 for 6. India still batting with Kohli. Probably got his 100, Kelly. Yeah, but is he still batting? I know you're looking at it for us. Okay, so more than likely from 288 for 6, 288 for 4 overnight. They've lost 2 wickets and I didn't know what 74 runs. I suspect that Kohli has gotten 100. And what a nice way to get 100 in the 100th test match between India and the West Indies. So, yes, well, so the physio is still doing his work, and apparently the fielder is leaving the field with the physio. I got a nasty lash there. I think the physio seems to miss the ball in. Am I right, Stacey?
Yes, just want to see which one of the players got hit. Okay. Can't see his number on his shirt just yet. Very small man.
Is it
I wonder if it's Bolton Sayers. Yes, yeah. So Bolton Sayers under the lid there, cupping a blow on his arm. Unfortunate signs for Windward Islands. They'll be hoping that he's just going off to get some attention and he'll be okay to take part in the rest of this match.
Yeah, so he's gone off for treatment and it's a good time as any. He's had close to lunch, so he will have that extended period during the lunch break. So with that unfortunate injury, I'll put it that way, the 12th man has come onto the field there.
Yes, Rashawn Lewis,
the big man from North Leeward. And play will continue. The umpires are having a little chat there with some players. There's the Geese and Dinleal. They're having a little discussion. So the total at the moment with that short stoppage, your score total there? 55 for the loss of 2 Guyana, battling their way back into this game. A wicket or 2 can turn this whole thing upside down, So that's what I'm saying from a cricketing standpoint. I like to see them bat up until lunch and let us see the battle resume after lunch to see how these youngsters are going to take the situation as it. What about 8-9 minutes before lunch? As play is about to resume. The information we got.
Just to update the spectators about the other games. Remember, Trinidad and Tobago playing Barbados. Trinidad and Tobago 165 for 9 yesterday. They declared. Barbados are currently 178 for 2. So they're in the lead there. Leeward Islands versus Jamaica. Jamaica folding for 297. The Leeward Islands are currently 111 for 3. So play continues here. Kurt Murray to Dindial after that short stoppage in play because of that injury to young Bolton Sayers. Rashawn Lewis, the substitute fielder. No men around the bat now. I believe that may have been the conversation. Oh, he sweeps this. Made good connection, but the player there stops it well.
Yes, and that single has moved Guyana now up to 56.
There wasn't a run there.
So
55 for 2 at the end of the over.
With a lead now of 38 with lunch approaching, and Windwards be hoping to effect a breakthrough before lunch, and the Guyanans be hoping that they would deny the Windwards in the form of Dinleal and Yearwood, who have so far put on more than a reasonable partnership, keeping the Wolves at bay. The Windwards bowlers, the Wolves at bay, the spinners in Tariq Edwards and Murray.
So Edward to Yearwood. hunting up a wicket. No wickets have fallen to spin so far in this Guyana innings. Nicely played by Yearwood, taking a single. Just one close fielder around the bat, a slip, Captain Akeem Ogis. You have one fielder out at that mid-wicket area.
It is as a result of the batting tactics employed by the Guyanese pair. As you see, is that Pascal leaving the field?
Yes, Pascal is leaving the field, and there's a substitute fielder, Devin Tyson, makes his way on. So 2 subs on the field now for the Windward Islands. So Dindyal and Shama Yearwood looks quite determined to stay and bat all the way up to lunch, with an eye on notching up a healthy lead or a healthy target to set the Windward Islands on day 3. They're doing a good job so far. 56 for 2 now. Negotiated the spinners quite well, which is something we were keeping our eye on after the Pacers did their job. Gassi picking up 2 wickets. This period of play really dictating things for the Guyana team. It's something we were wondering what will happen when the spin entered the attack, and they have negotiated things well so far. Just driving this one, a man at mid-off fumbles, but they would have been safe. An easy single taken in the end. So that's also the end of the over. A 57 for 2.
As the Guyanese are hoping that they would continue to bat for the next 5 or so minutes before lunch. And I think if one go on a level way of thinking, I think this session with, I would say Guyana with their noses in front at the moment, based on the fact that they dismissed the Windward Islands for an additional 26 runs this morning for 5 wickets. They have lost 2 wickets and they are 57 for 2. I think in horse racing terms, Stacey, and I know I'm not too sure if you ever saw horse racing, their noses are in front.
Yeah, indeed so. Getting any sort of lead on the surface, and with the eye on a day 3 surface that might potentially spin a lot more. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of spin really since the introduction of the spinners in this session for the Windward Islands team. Hakeem Ogis taking the ball in hand. Some leg spin to these 2. Oh, he cuts it in the air just short of a diving Devin Tyson. So right away in the action. There's some tempting leg spinners here from Captain Hakeem Ogis. Pitched up, driven.
A good move by Ogis just before lunch to bring himself on with some leg spinners and see what happens.
Oh, he gets a hold of that one and punishes it. So 4 more runs, 2 short again there from Hakeem Ogis.
Scorer rolls on now to 61 for the loss of 2, 61 for 2. Guyana having a deficit of 17. They are now 44 runs to the good. That one was short from Ogis and given the treatment by Dinleal to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, so 4 more runs. And I like the approach from these 2 batters. Anything loose, no matter how close it is to lunch, they're not going to hold back. They're going to punish it. This one is pitched up, driven sweetly. You only get two. Only get one, actually. A good fielding there from Shanil Edward, making the ground to restrict them to one.
Then the other 30. And here with 17. Right, good, thank you.
This one just beats the edge of Yearwood. Oh, this one is hit aerially. Another chance there. The play. Oh, and he left it to Edward. Devin Tyson made all the ground, did all the hard work, got around to it, and then just pulled out of it at the last second. The fielder there, Shanil Edward, getting into his eye line. He basically left it up to him, and another chance goes down for the Windward Island team. It didn't go to hand, but I'll count it as a chance because, oh my goodness, Yearwood just giving us away here just on the stroke of lunch.
Well, it was a good move, as I said, on the part of Ogis to bring himself on just before lunch and should have taken a wicket there. Should have. It didn't work out for him in terms of the catch being completed. And the Guyanese survived. That is, Yearwood survived. I thought it was an injudicious shot, but he has survived, and he had one more over to go before lunch. And Windwards would have really be happy with that wicket just before lunch had that catch been taken.
It's quite amazing. Yearwood played that shot twice. Different bowlers, leg spinner, left arm spinner. Of course, you know, both of them moving into the left arm of the left-handed batter. He played that shot twice in the same direction, the same result. Very similar in terms of where the ball landed, and no one got to it. It's really interesting. Might as well put a fielder exactly in that position for that shot from Yearwood because he's not backing down from playing it. Drives this one into the vacant gap. Will it get to the boundary? I believe it has enough on it to get there. Yes, it does. So 4 more runs to Mavenja Dindyal. And his score moves up to 39, the highest individual score of this match so far. The highest individual score before this was Akeem Ogis, who got to 26. So Dindyal definitely putting his hand up here, playing a captain's knock for his team so far.
Defensive shot there, a couple of deliveries just before lunch. Good spanking off drive from Dindyal, and Windward's bowlers have to really work in this innings now. The spinners are not really penetrating as they did in the first innings. Forward defensive, no run. 68 for 2.
So they get 2 more runs there. Moves Dindyal to 41. So edging closer to a half century, an elusive half century really in the context of this game. If he gets there, in terms of what has transpired so far, I don't think a lot of viewers or even ourselves will be thinking a player would get to a half century given how the wicket has played. But it looks a lot better today, this afternoon.
The pitch has eased tremendously. And that has aided in the Guyanese pair thus far in Dindyal and Yearwood being confident in playing their shots.
So 70 for 2. 6 runs coming off of that over. So I wonder if the captain will just have a look at pace before lunch. I mean, the 2 wickets have fallen to pace so far. Dindial was dismissed by a pacer yesterday, but batting looks easy against the spinners for him this afternoon.
Yeah, well, the ball not really turning and bouncing as it did yesterday with all the moisture that was around, and they're looking far more comfortable in relation to batting against the same spinners. So we'll just have to wait and see. There's some extended time here before lunch, so we'll just have to wait and see whenever the umpires call lunch. That's the most I can say.
Yeah, it's much the same like yesterday. Long session, long morning session. Oh, nicely bowled there by Hakeem.
Guyana's better their first inning score so far in the second innings.
There you go. So some improvement at least. Oh, nicely bowled again, targeting those pads, Hakeem of Yearwood. So definitely some improvement there, Stanley. Looking for a quick single. Not advised a field of fumbles, but he got to it quickly, which deterred the run in the end. It's too short. It's got a hold of it. It's a monster hit for 6 runs. So 4-6 in this Guyana innings here. Too short. He's been trying to hit the deliveries in that area. He got 2 top edge on that occasion, connected quite well to bring up his 4-6, Shama Yearwood.
Yes, it was a good shot. We're being uncertain as to when his launch is. It was a good shot because he tried it twice. He got away twice, but the third one he connected properly.
He got the length. He picked the length well on that occasion. Before it was just a bit too full. It was too short on that occasion, so. The man set on the boundary for that particular shot. Nicely walked. They'll get a single. So deft touch there from Yearwood, just playing it with soft hands, getting it down and past the slip fielder to pick up a single.
It's lunch.
And with that single, it'll be lunch here at the Annisville playing field. Guyana in pole position, 77 for 2. Dindial on 41, Shama Yearwood on 26.
Yes, and this session here, we're having a bit of lunch here. We have to recalibrate our watches with the umpires because they're having lunch now at 8 minutes after 12. But be that as it may, it's lunchtime. Guyana 77-2, leading, having been led by 17 and first innings. They are now basically 60 for the loss of 2 and putting up a much better showing here in their second innings. Bearing in mind, play resumed this morning. They will leave Windwards Islands 860 for 2. They were bowled out for 86 of 42.5 overs with O'Geese top scoring at 28. Pascal got 23. Jonathan Rampersad took 5 for 18, and the other bowlers, Charles Passad, Dindial and Sandy, 1 wicket apiece. And Guyana in their second innings, having lost 2 early wickets. Very good partnership thus far between Dindial and 41 not out and Yearwood 26 not out. Advanced the total to 77 for 2. And certainly the game is certainly hanging in the balance. As I said, Guyana slightly ahead here. And in terms of the state of the pitch, it has eased tremendously in relation to the assistance given to the spinners. Some better shot selection from Guyana in their second innings. And certainly this is exactly what we're looking forward to when one looks at the West Indies cricket. 77 for 2, leading by 60. And certainly until we come back here after lunch, with Guyana leading by 60 with 8 wickets intact, and the winner was looking to try and have an early breakthrough after lunch and maybe being denied by this Guyanese pair. So for the moment, from the Annesville playing field, as we lock down for the time being, Guyana 77 for 2 at lunch. Until after lunch, until when we resume. and Guyana. So far, it has been a low-scoring game. Guyana will resume at 77 for 2. The partnership so far of a partnership of 67 has actually saved the blushes of the Guyanese. The 68. Windward Islands resuming this morning 60 for 5 or dismissed for 86 or 42.5 overs overall. Akeem Ogie's top score with 28. Stephen Pascal, yes, they got 23. Jonathan Rampersad took 5 for 18 from 15.5 overs, 7 maidens. Charles 1 for 4 from 6 overs, 3 maidens. Sandia 1 for 7 from 4 overs. Denlial 1 for 16 from 9, and Passad 1 for 11 from 2 overs. All out 86 with a lead, a deficit of 17. Ghana's lost 2 all the wickets when play resumed after the dismissal of the Windward Islands squad. And we're about to resume from the southern end. We're going to see, is it Tariq Edwards? Into Yearwood, and he defended that one out, opening the face, run this one down to third man, and there is no run. So Dendal we resume at 41 and Yearwood 26. Guyana lost his second wicket to the total was a 9. So far these two have added in an invaluable 68 as far as Guyana is concerned. Edwards in, flight to delivery. Yearwood on top of it and drove it back to the bowler, no run. Both wickets for the Windwards gone to their fast bowler Gassi. He's taking 2 for 5 from 4 overs. It's one on his legs and he tucked us one out on the onside, and it's a single to Yearwood. He moves after his lunchtime score of 26 to 27. And the total up now to 78 for 2. With a lead of 61. Yes, that's it is. Partnership of 69. Exactly what they got in the first innings. After lunch here at Annesville, lovely weather conditions, really lovely conditions here. As Tariq Edwards from the southern end in. Dindal forward defensive. Out on the onside, and there is no run. Seem to have been playing with the bails there. That's the wicket keeper, Leo. As we look at Tariq Edwards, back goes Dindal and cut that one to the right of the man at square cover point, and there is no addition to the total. 78 for the loss of 2 Guyana in their second innings, as it's Edwards from the southern end. It's one off the pad to the right of the man at mid on, and no addition to the total. The end of the first over after lunch, 78 for 2 with Dinleal and 41, Yearwood and 27. Lovely afternoon here at Annesville. And what the scores we got in the other games: Trinidad and Tobago 165 for 9 declared, Barbados 178 for 2, and Jamaica 297, Leeward Islands 111 for 3. Those games are being played in this round here. And in this match, Guyana 69 and 78 for 2, Windward Islands 86. So we're going to see Murray continues from the northern end. And he'll be bowling to, is it Murray? He'll be bowling to Yearwood. Murray in, left arm over. Forward defensive, he goes, lighter delivery. I think he's just really rolling the balls. He's not really spinning it per se. He's more of a roller type of a slow bowler. But he created problem in the first inning. He got 5 wickets for 4 runs. Murray from the northern end in. It's one driven out to a straightish mid wicket. No runs. There's a slip, backward point, cover, mid off, long on, deep cow corner area. It's One forward defensive again, and there's no run. So there's a man in deep cow corner area. Then there's a straightish mid wicket and a short square. Murray in. Bosu here, who just tucks this one out on the onside. Where it's fielded, and he collects another single. He's up to 28, and the total up to 79. 79 for 2. 79 for 2 Guyana in their second innings here. The Rising Stars West Indies under 19 tournament being played right here at Arnold's-Field in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. A lovely afternoon for cricket. Sort of rain we've been having within recent times. We're very happy for the sunshine. As Murray in. Back goes Dinleal and cuts that one. Not fielded cleanly by the fielder one. They're looking for second one, but they've changed their minds, and quite rightly so. Quite rightly so. Another single, 80 for 2, as the Guyanese batsmen looking to resettle from this little sojourn they had before lunch. Windwards looking to effect a breakthrough. The pitch itself has flattened out beautifully, and it's a question whereby once you can sit there and relax and bat, and concentrate, just concentrate and bat, and let the bowlers think as to how to get you out. Outside the off stump, through to the keeper. End of the third over after lunch, 80 for 2. 80 for 2. At lunchtime, India in the test in Trinidad were 373 for 6, and that's at lunchtime. So all around you are getting the scores up to date. So, continuing from the southern end will be Tariq Edwards. We'll wait until the field settles. As O'Geese is maneuvering his field, he himself is at full slip. There's a silly mid on, short square, straightish mid wicket, mid on, deep mid wicket, slip, backward point. Cover, mid off. This one flighted on the leg stump. Dinleal pushes forward, hit the outer portion of the bat, and flew down to a shot. Long leg, fine leg, no run. 80 for 2. Back he goes and forces out to mid wicket, no run. That's Dinleal. 80 for 2. Guyana in their second innings. Tariq Edwards from the southern end. Flight to delivery. Forward defensive goes Dinleal. Back to the bowler to his left. Total means 80 for the loss of 2. 80 for 2. Guyana in their second innings. As you look at Dinleal. Went back to that short of the delivery and cut it down to the square cover points. No additional total. Been a pretty tight going thus far as the winners are concerned. The Guyana is concerned in their second turn at the crease. This one here on the leg stump. Half-hearted appeal. More optimistic than anything else. Ball certainly beaten leg. And the total remains 80. 80 for the loss of 2. Edwards. Goes Lindial and pulls this one away. Does it have enough to reach the boundary? I think it does. Bad delivery there outside the leg stump, and Lindial pivoted and put that one away to the deep fine leg boundary for 4. He goes up to 46, 84 for the loss of 2. And certainly they'll have to try your best to see if you cannot get them out, try to restrict them and put back the pressure on the Guyanese. But certainly they're not out of the woods. 84 for 2. I think it's sort of a level pegging. It's just a question of the Windwards bowlers trying to effect breakthrough. So from the Guyanese standpoint, Dinleal and Yearwood, they decided they're going to take this fight to the Windwards bowlers. As we look at Murray, we continue from this northern end. Pushing at this one, struck his span. Fell in front of him, audition to total 84 for the loss of 2. 84 for 2. Another flight in delivery. Pushes this one back to the bowler on the offside of the pitch. Total remains 84 for 2. Guyana with a deficit of 17. They are already 67 of 2 wickets. Murray in. Our defensive goal. Yeah, what? And there is no run. Slip. Back on point. Cover. Mid off. Come on. Deep square leg. Cinnamon on. Straightish mid wicket and a short square. As Murray left arm over from this line. Ball to Airwood. Airwood bringing faster, flatter trajectory. He pushes this one out and there is no addition to the total. Glorious weather here at Mansfield. Delivery on outside the off stump. Back he goes and forces it out to the right. The man at cover and there's no run. 84 for the loss of 2. The battle continues here. Both teams looking to gain the ascendancy. Murray in. Lifts the one to the left of the right of mid off. Mid on. A single to Murray. He goes up now to 20. To Yearwood, he goes up to 29. Total up to 85. 85 for the loss of 2. 85 for 2. $85 for 2 as we look at hello. Yeah. I will call you. Yes, that one flighted, forced back to mid on, and there is no runs. 85 for the loss of 2-year-old 29, Daniel 46. Eric Edwards in. Similar delivery, similar result. Total remains 85 for the loss of 2, 85 for 2. Slip, seal mid off, backward points. Straightish cover. Outside the off and that good one this time bowling wrong the wicket. And it's through to the keeper. Thought it had cannon into the stumps, it didn't. So there's a backward point, a square cover point, extra cover, deep cover, long off, mid on, straightish mid wicket. Edwards in, and here he is driving to the left of the man left, the straightish extra cover. They're going to have one. Then Leal goes up to 47. 85 for the loss of 2. 85 for 2. The field rearranges in now for the right hand, left hand combination. How do you feel placings like the situation? A 5-4 field this time instead of a 6-3 with the left hander in. Tariq Edwards in. Forward defensive, well flighted. No addition to the total. There's a slip. Backward point. Cover. Mid off. Silly mid on. Shortest square leg. Straightish mid wicket. Back goes Lindy Allen. Cut that one away, but it's half stop. by seem to be Murray. End of the over 86 for the loss of 2. Guyana in their second innings. If they are to be dismissed now, the winners will have to get 70 to win. So, play continues here at Arnesville. West Indies Rising Stars on the 19 cricket tournament being played between Guyana and the Windward Islands. Murray will continue from this the top end or the northern end, and he'll be bowling to Yearwood. Slip, cover, mid off, silly mid on, straightest mid wicket, in, look to paddle that one down the leg side. Not taken quite cleanly by wicketkeeper Leo, but no addition to the total. As we look at Murray in forward defensive, Leo, no addition to the total. 86 for the loss of 2. Murray in. Back he goes and cuts this one away to the right, and a man at cover point there. At least they're going to get 2 runs here. At least 2. Send the total up to 88, which is the highest team total so far. Windward Islands got 86 in their own innings. Guyana in the first inning got 69. So we have the biggest total thus far. It's Murray from this, the northern end, slip, and the field has been rearranged, so to speak. Scoring of these runs put pressure on skipper O'Geese in terms of rearranging his fields. So there's a slip, a backward point, a cover, mid-off. Murray in. Forward defensive Yearwood. And there's no run. No addition to the total. 88 for the loss of 2. 88 for the loss of 2. A partnership does 5. 79 in. Forward defensive again, just rolling that one into the skies, so to speak, and defended well by Yearwood. So it's really a cat and mouse kind of situation here. They're tempting, they're teasing the Guyanese batsmen who are not yielding to the temptation. So it's a question of who would crack first. As Murray, Yearwood has pulled away out of the strike, pulled away from the crease. Maybe it's one of those things that may have gotten into his eyes. He's back, he's ready to continue the fight for his country, his native land, St. Vincent, Guyana. This time this one driven. Half stopped by the bowler and completed by the fieldsman. There's the end of over now. It's 88 for 2. Guyana second is leading now by 71. It's as if our good friend has returned from a very elongated, delicious lunch. Good afternoon, Ken Rice.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hines. It was indeed delicious, but things which are happening on the field here are much more interesting. 88 for 2, Guyana in their second innings.
I suppose you had desert as well. I didn't have any.
Well, at your age, I wouldn't recommend that.
Well, dessert could be anything, you know. Depends on what you can carry.
Still a little bit too sweet for you, Mr. Hines.
No, I don't. I'm not interested in that. Dessert, you can have dessert with things that are beneficial.
It wasn't fruits. It wasn't fruits.
That's what I'm saying.
It was sweet. It was sweet.
No, fruits is okay.
Chocolate cake. Chocolate cake.
No, I have no time with that.
Cheesecake.
No, I don't eat cheese.
There's some ice cream.
Ice cream? No, too sweet.
Oh my God.
So Edwards will continue from the southern end. And he'll bowl into Denlal in forward defensive, and this been the pattern since lunch. Into 25th minute there, about the pattern flighted forward, a tick here and a tick there, but they are doing the right thing, steady as long as possible. In Back he goes and he lifts this one. This is a really fine shot indeed by Dinleal. That one was short, asking to be hit, and he really hit that one with a lot of bottom hand. Went close to the double decker over there for a maximum, and he's gotten his half century. A well played half century from Dinleal. And what a fine innings we have seen from him thus far.
Yes, captain's knock, really. It is required at this time, and he did an exceptional job. His job now is to continue doing what he's doing with his partner, and really, I must say, I'm happy to see this.
Edwards, the ball to Dinleal. Going to tickle this one out on the leg side. Fell woefully short of the man at Silliman on. No addition to the total, no chance. Everything went flat and nice as far as Guyana is concerned, and they really put in the Windwards bowlers who gave them so much horrors in the first innings yesterday. Put them to the sword this afternoon. Not by any real terrific amount of back he goes and driven out to mid-off, and there's no run. Not that they're really beating the leather off the ball, so to speak, but they're really making the Windwards work for their wickets. And if these two can continue, Windwards can find themselves in all sorts of problems if they do not dismiss one or both of them quickly. This one outside the off stump. Back, and he cut this one. They're going to go close to the boundary. They have one. They're coming back for two. It goes up to 55. It's total now 96 for the loss of two at the end of that over.
Well, a good partnership between these two, the two most senior batsmen. They had a good partnership in the first innings, the only one that we could really speak about in that innings. And really what is happening here, Stanley, is that the spinners have bowled about 20 overs between them without any success. I think that the skipper needs to look at that and really bring in one of his fast bowlers or another spinner, whichever he chooses. But he needs to do something differently, or else, if this continues, Windwards will find themselves in some serious trouble later on in the day or tomorrow.
The good thing about it, the pitch has eased tremendously. And batting has become easier and easier. The pitch has definitely slowed right down. This is not a fast, bouncy pitch. Slow pitch. Had a bit of turn yesterday, not so prodigious today. This one outside the leg stump from Murray and swept along the carpet by Yearwood. A single and Hughes is up now to 32. Total up to 97 for 2. 97 for 2 with 32 to Yearwood and 55 to Dinleal. Murray in, back he goes and driven out to cover. No run. Okay, can already end of the over. Like you to comment on this innings here from Dinleal at the end of the over. That is a pretty good workman-like innings, bearing in mind the problems that his team face. He is the skipper, so he's actually leading by example. So the city mid on has gone, so it's now square couple points. Third man extra cover better. But outside the leg stump on the stream, swept away by Dinleal. He gets another 2. He goes up to 57. It's now 99. 99 for 2. Guyana in the second inning looking to chalk up. First team to chalk up 3 figures.
Well, all of a sudden this wicket looks different. All of a sudden the cricket looks different. And really, I'm happy to see that. Just because these two have occupied the crease, played each ball on its merit. Yes, they have taken chances. But really, I must commend them on batting well for Guyana here in the second innings at 99 for 2. They were in some trouble early, but these two come together and really did a good recovery, a good job for Guyana, and they continue to do so.
Another delivery for our defensive. To remain 99 now for the loss of 2.
Dindala faced about 96 deliveries for his 56 runs.
Murray in, outside the leg stump, looking to sweep that one. Mistaken cleanly by keeper Leo, and the total remains 99 for 2. What do you think is a decent total here, Kenroy?
Um, Based on how those two teams batted in the first innings, I think the Windwards have put themselves under some serious pressure for the second innings batting on a third day. That's a good total for me, for Guyana, if they could get to 220 or so at the end of the today's play, then they would be looking very good for the third day, putting Windwards under some pressure. Well, it doesn't seem like there will be any rain. There's some grey clouds around. The sun is out in all its glory, and really, it's a good day for cricket. The sun is really baking down on the wicket.
So from the southern end, you'll have Edwards continuing.
Really need the win. I really think that the Windwards need some interjection here. They have bowlers on the field. They could turn to. These men have bowled more than 20 odd overs together without any results.
They've won a long time without results since the giveaway of second man who got out.
They have bowled actually 26 overs together without any results. There's a batsman on 56, another one on 33, and the skipper has not even think about making a bowling change. And these are the little deficiencies we are seeing in the cricket.
These are the little things that we speak about. You know, once you can understand is spinners bowling and bowling, but try and find someone else. This one flight here and pushed it. Obviously up the long arm, and they didn't unveil a single.
There's the skipper himself. There's Franklin. There's Sears. There's so many persons you could turn to give you a spell now from the Windward Islands at this point. And these two bowlers have been bowling for more than 20 odd overs without any result. Yes, they're key bowlers, but really you should have made a change already. These batsmen are basically settled against these two spinners.
Yes, I agree with you, and it doesn't appear as if they're going to go past the middle of the bat. It didn't seem to be hitting the middle.
All of a sudden the cricket has changed. It's a different ball game here. Dindal and Harewood batting for Guyana. They just occupy the crease, they batted slowly, didn't take any risks, just bat. That's all we ask of them, and they did that. And the skipper is on 56. He's well supported by Harewood and 33. They have batted so far together. Just about what? How many overs? 29? 29 overs together? Yes. 23 overs together. They have batted. So they continue with Murray from this end. No change, no signs of changes. Same old thing down the road. Murray around the wicket. Bowling to Dindal. He's well set on 56. Getting better and better. Ball hit in the middle. There's a slip, a backward point, short extra cover 2. He's down the track. Looking more and more confident as his innings goes on. Windwards rather flat. Guyana 99 for 2. Doing much better in their second innings. This one is caught short at the man there at short extra cover really. Just falling short of him. $99 for 2. Remember, you're looking at West Indies under 19 cricket here at Arnesville, playing field between the Windward Islands and Guyana. Windwards getting a 17 runs lead over Guyana. Guyana in their second is now at 99 for 2. Skipper Dindal is unbeaten on 56, batted well so far. And his partner Harewood is on 33, giving him very good support. These two spinners have been bowling just before the luncheon period. Yeah, this one is driven sweetly. Two covers, they have gone for one. Edwards does a feeling, sliding to his left. Picks up nicely. 2 more runs to him. That brings up 100 for Guyana.
Yes, the Guyanese 100 is on the board. First team to reach 100.
Wow, it's a good sign for the cricket. Much better sign for Guyana. 101 for 2. Dindal on 58. This is easily worked to the man at mid-on. So the runs are coming easily here. These bowlers really not causing any problems. Around. So Maria skip a hop on a jump. This one is driving 2 covers. Will they get enough legs to get to the front? No, it doesn't. Pulls up waist in front of that boundary. They pick up another 2 runs. And Guyana continues to pile on the runs here at Annisville against the Windward Islands. In this, the second day of this 3-day encounter between Windward Islands and Guyana. Windward's having a 17 runs lead on them. They've been bowled out for 69 in their first innings, and Windward's just getting a porchy 89 as well. So he had some poor batting by both teams in the first innings, but Guyana have redeemed themselves here at 102 for 2. So Edwards continue, Tyreek Edwards. This one is just torn off his pads to square leg. The runs are coming. As we say, 1-1 will fill the basket. They have done so. No big risk, just turn it over. Dindal moves up to 60. His partner has moved up to 34. Windwards now making a little change. They're bringing in a short leg to the set Dindal. Tariq Edwards continue around the wicket. Play that one easily. Comes out of the middle of the bat. Could remember early in their innings, ball was hitting on the outer portion. Didn't get in, wasn't getting the timing. But now he's well set and everything comes out of the middle. Another straighter delivery there by Edwards. No problems to Dindal. Set here, looking for a big total, looking for a big score here for his team, Dindal. This one is chipped down the road. Goes past the bowler. It's getting close to the fence. He picks up another 2 runs. So the runs are coming easy here for Guyana. As these 2 spinners here are kind of tiring somewhat after long spells.
Referred to it earlier towards introducing a different bowler. So it's a question the captain have to put on his thinking cap. These 2 bowlers have been going now for a little while. It doesn't appear to give any batsman any problems. So why not effect a change?
Well, a change is needed here for the Windwards to get some interjection into this game. With Guyana 106 for 2. 106 for 2. 32 overs they have batted so far. These 2 came together when Guyana was in some serious trouble. And he's cutting that one to backward point. Doesn't get a run. Brings you over to an end. 106 for 2 here at Annisville playing field. Guyana forces the Windward Islands. Just to let you know what happened prior on day 1. Guyana was bowled out for 69. And in the beginning of day 2, Windwards also was bowled out for just about 89 or 86. 86. Having a 17 runs lead there. Guyana in their second innings here. Annisville in good conditions, really good conditions for cricket. They are now 106 for 2. Really good comeback here by Guyana, putting the Windward Islands under some pressure going into second half of day 2 and another day to go. So Murray continues, but he just changed his angle to over the wicket. Forced is that one. Just forces that one back to him. Is here. Has to be a little bit careful as to how he plays that shot. Again, within the same era. It's a well set field. Backward point, a slip, short extra cover, mid off, square leg. This one brings him on the front foot. No run. A deep mid wicket, a long on, a long off. Long on, sorry. Very quiet sessions here for the Windward Islands. Guyana have really taken charge of this game. Win was looking for a break, but these two have denied them that thus far. One of the better partnerships we have seen in this tournament between these two. They batted well in the first innings as well. It's in a 32 partnership. Then everything fell apart for Guyana. Two senior batters there. This one is whipping to square leg, picks up another single. Is Harewood. Murray has bowled how many overs so far? 12 overs. Into his 13th, that one spin and bounce. So he has bowled 13 overs for. And Edwards figures. Edwards have bowled 14 overs for 43 runs, and Edwards have bowled 12 overs for. Murray has bowled 12 overs for 36. So 14 and 12 between the spinners. So there's a change in the bowling, finally. There's a change. They have brought back Franklin. So bowling from the Beckway end. Franklin will be bowling to Harewood. 107 for 2. Starts with one outside the off stump. Doesn't carry to the keeper. Looks to slide that ball across the left hander. There's two slips. Backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Nice cooling breeze coming across the playing field. The flags are flying on the left hand side of the playing field here. Not a good delivery by Franklin outside the off stump. Harewood having nothing to do with that. So look at the Guyanese and the Windwards flag flying in the breeze on the left hand side. Just a little dark grey clouds above us, but the sun is out in all its glory, really. Bright day here at Arnesville. West Indies under 19 cricket being played here at Arnesville playing field between Guyana and the Windward Islands. Both teams have completed an innings. Guyana in their second innings, they lifting delivery outside the off stump as he comes around the wicket. Franklin, good delivery, left alone, really beaten into the keeper's glove. So good start here by Franklin. 3 deliveries outside of the off stump. One slip a gully, square cover. This one again is outside the off stump. Guyana really putting the Windwards under some pressure here. That is all we had asked for. The batters just to bat what is there, what they have seen. Don't be creative, just bat normal. And they have done that. Dindal has carried his bat so far. Again, Franklin around the wicket. Having a little away movement there from around the wicket. That's swinging rather late as well. Franklin outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. His over comes to an end. So as he returned, a maiden over bowled by him. So a good over by Franklin. Didn't really cause the batter to play, but that one delivery that was pitched on the off stump, beating Harewood into the keeper's glove. That was a good delivery. So Guyana 107. 107 for 2. In their second innings here at Arnisville, haven't lost the first innings to the Windwards. Windwards getting a 17 runs lead. But Guyana have responded and responded strongly to the Windwards. Murray continues. This one is down the leg stump. He sweeps. Gets one. Murray changes angle to around the wicket. As the skipper, Gussie, marshal his troops. Just a little adjustments. Those little adjustments to the field. This one is spinning down leg. Taken. This one is inside. Just driving that through covers. He gone for one. He has gone for one. He's back for the second. So the runs are coming pretty easy here for these two batters. Murray just bowling a full toss really. And here we're driving that through covers, picking up 2 more runs. 2 more runs to him, 2 more to Guyana. Guyana 110. For 2. Looking to just turn that one to the onside. Murray, that one is just pitching and keeping straight it in the outer portion of the bat. He's calling for 2. So good running here by these two Guyanese. 2 excellent runs. It's a good delivery there by Murray. Just pitching and straightening.
Why the Windwards are under real pressure.
Well, they will know that. They will know that. Almost 100 runs ahead.
100-run partnership have really shifted the momentum
Yeah.
of this game from total dominance from the Windwards, and now it's definitely shifted to Guyana. If they can, bat and bat and bat, as the pitch has eased tremendously as well.
These bowlers have not troubled these batters since before lunch. I've not seen any trouble for these batters. The ball has hit in the middle of the bat.
Absolutely no problem. Life has become easy. The bowlers has gone flat. The team itself has gone flat. That extra stuff that they were extracting from the pitch is no longer there. And this is where you test your bowlers. And these type of pitches become slower, not much turn, not much bounce. And it's up to you now to produce the necessary skill, the skill set that you have. And it's a question, do they have it? The variety, the change of pace, these sort of things that is absolutely missing. We do see a lot of it in the shortened version, but in these games you don't really see it. But certainly Guyana well on top, and rather than being reactive, the Windward skipper need to be more proactive. Now look at his bowlers and ring the necessary changes.
Do agree with you there. As Courtney Franklin in his second over, full toss. The hands of the umpire comes out. Second delivery, I'm seeing him bowling in this format. Full toss.
Above the waist high.
Above the waist.
Yeah. This is a good move. Try something. Get a different bowler in. You see exactly what happened. The first time we're seeing Franklin from the southern end.
But he's trying to pick up his first wicket in this innings. Guyana, well set.
But you're yet to see the ball has just been tossed around rather than someone trying to shine one side of the ball to see if anything can happen, any good thing can happen. Just throwing the ball around, and they have really gone flat. That the Windies Islands team, and Guyana continue to pile of pressure on, and there's a lot of time left in this game, and anything can happen.
Extremely lot of time. Plenty time remaining in this game. There's 2 sessions remaining for today, and a whole day is played tomorrow. Guyana just about 100 runs lead. Windwards would have to go and get that. Runs
Definitely.
on the board is runs on the board.
That is so correct, and I'm sure that the Geese may be asking themselves, how can we dislodge or break this partnership?
This one here with the shoulder arms, it goes into the keeper's glove. Windwards, not seeing much on the field. Players rather flat, no encouragement. Franklin from the southern end. It's a short and he's trying to pull that one, only finding Franklin in the way. Sort of hustled onto him.
This situation will test the mettle of the Windies Islands team. Yes, they had a pitch yesterday that, we all know what happened. But now it has flattened out, basically. And with all the moisture gone, it's a question of how well Would they be able to execute their skill set, what they have in them, spin, fast, medium, or what?
This one is driving sweet issue covers. The man who diving to his left doesn't stop it. He gets one. That's a second run. So the runs are coming here easily for the Guyanese batters. Harewood now moves up to 41. And the Dindal on 64. Guyana 116 for 2 in their second innings.
Yes, and really putting the Windwards under a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure here. A partnership of over 100 and what? 107. And continue to look good because the ball hit in the middle of the bat most of the times. And in this situation, Ken, or having captain or led teams, what would you have done or attempting to do?
Well, you have to make some changes. You have brought back the fast bowler, Franklin, to bowl, but I would not have brought Franklin. I would have brought my key bowler who got 2 wickets this morning. Gassi to bowl. He's there on the field. That's your strike bowler. Bring him back, you need a wicket.
Murray from the top end. One forward defensive. True to the keeper. Playing along the wrong line. Taken cleanly by the keeper, and there's no run. 116 for 2, man, in their second innings. As we see Murray from the top and right arm wrong to bowl to Denlial, who is on 64 and looking good for that 3-figure. Back he goes and pushes out on the offside, and there is no addition to the total.
Yes. These spinners have not troubled these batters all day. All day. Lovely batting track. Easy runs. As Murray continues around the wicket, bowling to Dindal. Dindal have 64. His partner have 41. Both of them together. Has batted excellently for Guyana. Good signs. It's forward. It's really playing nicely here now, skipper Dindal.
Confidence level has risen once they have got these runs. Just before lunch, you can see the confidence oozing out of them.
Again, he's forward with head and bat and pads close together, right over that delivery. This one, look at that. Trying to whip that one off. Really, that Dindal being a little bit careless there, looking to whip that through mid-wicket, and that ball only falls in no man's land. Really, fortune favor the brave there.
Yes, a lapse in concentration. The
Yes.
first one we have seen for the longest while from Dindal, looking to flick that one out on the onside. Ball took the leading edge, and as you said, it fell in no man's land. And Windwards been very happy had it fallen closer to someone who has been able to effect the catch and to get the breakthrough. But certainly, Guyana really and truly well on top in this game thus far. Having been completely out of it yesterday, they fought their way back towards the close of play, having taken a couple of wickets and gifted a couple of wickets by the Windwards batsmen. And today, they came and they wrap up the Windward innings. Then they lost two gifted wickets that were given away. And then these two have settled in quite nicely. The best batting we have seen thus far for the entire match. Denlial and Harewood, and they have put the pressure on the back on the Windwards team. There's a question: what sort of fortitude does the Windwards team have in relation towards looking for a breakthrough? Because they look really, really flat out there in the middle as the Guyanese continue to pile on the pressure.
Well, it's a water break here at Arnisville, and we are here in the studios. We'll take a break as well to get a little refreshment, and we'll be right back to bring you live coverage. And as the West Indies under 19 Rising Star Tournament continues here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Back here at Arnisville playing field where Windward Islands facing off here with Guyana, round 2 of the West Indies under 19 Rising Stars tournament. Guyana 116 for 2. Excellent reply, excellent comeback, I should say. In the second innings, after being bowled out for Poetry 69, they are now 116 for 2. 116 for 2. With their skipper Dindal on 64 and his partner Herwood on 40. As we welcome back Stacey, and Stacey, good afternoon, welcome.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I mean, looking at proceedings early on, I just have to mention, yesterday, the two spinners operating together, they had in bowl 17 overs, 17.4 overs, 7 maidens, 28 runs, and picked up 7 wickets between them, an economy of 1.61. And today, 27 overs between them, 5 maidens, 83 runs, and no wickets. So, stark contrast in performance between the two spinners. Well, their combined figures compared to yesterday and today.
Well, lightning haven't struck for them today. As the old saying say, lightning doesn't strike twice in one place. They have bowled about 24 overs together without any result. Yesterday was different. But today is a nice hot day. The wicket is pretty good. The batters have applied themselves. They have been selective, Dindal and Yearwood. So that has worked in their favor. As a change of bowling here. This one is outside the house. Some people plays and misses. So a good day so far for Guyana. 116 for 2.
Yes, and I mentioned earlier, Yearwood, he scored the 4th century in 20 years in the Guyana Senior Tournament. 4th century in 20 years since Leon Johnson in 2003. And one of the things he mentioned in his interview is the need to be consistent. So he made 20 in the first innings, and he's gone a step further, getting it in the 40s. So Guyana looking to him and Dindial to continue their good work.
Yeah, we just playing that full forward as Windwards trying to encourage their bowler. 116 for 2. Guyana leads by what, 99 runs?
Yes, 99 runs. Ominous total building here, close to 100 runs lead. Windward Islands definitely need some inspiration from somewhere, and the only way they're going to be inspired is by picking up wickets. So Bolton says, is that says bowling there?
Yes, it is.
So Bolton says is the man that's tasked with that responsibility for now. I wonder if they'll give Calvin Garcia another spell. I mean, I'm surprised that he hasn't been given the ball. After how well he bowled, he picked up the 2 wickets that's fallen so far in the Guyanese innings.
Yeah, that was mentioned a little earlier, and I thought that the skipper would have gone back to him after bowling the spinners for 20 odd overs without any results. You would have gone back to your premium bowler who picked up all the wickets. He did not do that. He went back to Franklin, and now he has gone to his lesser bowler here to do the work.
Yeah, so he's just asking Bolton says to tie down an end. That they get a single. He just asking Bolton says to tie down an end. That's the way he use him. Just ask him to bowl wicket to wicket stuff on a good line and length, and hopefully the batter don't try anything against him.
Is it that what you want here at 117 for 2? You want
Definitely
someone
not.
to bowl tightly, or you want somebody to come in
you
and
need
get wickets?
so you need an attacking option. So what the captain can try to do is maybe let Gassi come back from that end. I haven't seen him from the commentary booth end so far, but he's operated largely at the backward end at that side. So let him come from that end, and then you can probably ask someone else to tie down the run scoring from this other end. That's an option. Let's see what he decides to do.
Well, Sears have been brought back into the attack here, and he replaced Franklin, who bowled just about 3 overs on his return.
Yes, he was a bit off his radar, Franklin. The over is completed 118 for 2. A lead now of 101. The Guyana team looking to push home the advantage here. Yes, Franklin, he was off his radar. He bowled no balls. He was a bit full. So, in searching for someone with more control, he decided to go to Says. But as you mentioned on air earlier with Mr. Hines, he would have gone to Gussie, and I agree with that 100%. So someone who can give you control and maybe bring that wicket-taking option as well. So definitely look to Gussie before anyone else. That certainly would have been my choice.
Well, I think the skipper has missed a trick there. He's bowling Murray consistently. And there's a slip, a backward point, like a fly slip between there's a third man. Well, you could call it a deep backward square. Cover, extra cover, mid-off. This one is a full toss and he's been dealt with a call and he's hit down to mid-on. Franklin is behind of it, does the tracing, picks up and throws back to the keeper. 2 more runs to Dindal. He goes up now to 67 and Guyana continues to pile on the runs here against the Windward Islands. And I really think this looking, as this game continues, it looks more and more in the favor of Guyana. And Windwards have to be very careful that they don't have to chase a huge total tomorrow on day number 3.
There's still a lot of time in this game remaining. 120 for 2. Both batters doing a spectacular job for their team. Windwards searching for something. Where is that wicket going to come from? They've decided Kurt Murray should continue. Marathon bowler, Kurt Murray.
This one is chipping and hitting. It's falling between the 2 men. Now it's gone for 6. It's gone for 6.
Yeah, this has been the highlight, one of the highlights of the captain Mavenja Dindyal as he goes to the ground stretching. We hope that he'll be okay. He's used his feet really well against the spinners. And it's something that we actually mentioned yesterday, that if some of the batters actually have good footwork against Murray, they might be able to pick up runs against him. And he's been doing that quite wonderfully well today.
Well, that one was flighted by Murray and Dindal down the track, launching into that one over mid-off into the fence for 6. That carries his total to 73, but he's in some discomfort. Seems like the hamstring has done a lot of work. He has just come out of a 1-day tournament into a 3-day tournament as well. So the muscles probably a little bit tired. He's been there all morning, really, up to this afternoon.
Yeah, he didn't take any attention from the physiotherapist. He was dismissed. And he's back up, ready to resume his innings. 73 of 121 balls.
This one is sweeping.
And he got up a bit ginger there, a bit gingerly. He's seeking attention now. He actually is calling out to the dressing room. So definitely in some discomfort, Mavenja Dindyal. He won't want his innings to be upset by an injury. He's batting really well. Him along with Yewood.
So Murray has bowled basically about 14 overs on the trot here. Been introduced just before lunch and continues up to now.
Yeah, this is his 15th over, to be exact, on the trot. Not as effective as he's been in the tournament so far yesterday. It's not a lot of assistance, as we've noticed, for the spinners so far. Added to that, credit to the batters, they have applied themselves quite well in the second innings for Guyana.
That has made the difference here between yesterday and today. The batters have applied themselves. They have played the ball on its merit. They have not taken the risk. The only risk I've seen taken really when those 2 balls went in the air, when they went over the top, falling in no man's land, and then Dindal trying to whip one to mid-wicket and taking the leading edge and falling in no man's land again. Those are the 3 things that I've seen them done, not in accordance to what is required of them Other than that, they have batted pretty well so far at 123 for 2. Guyana. Dindal is on 74 and Harewood is on 43.
That's a correction there. The score is actually 129. Don't think the 6 was registered in the scoring rate. It's 129 for 2. Well, I thought Dindal is just getting something to drink, so maybe he's experiencing some cramps.
Just before that, he's had a lengthy water break. So he's taking some fluids. Sun is hot. It's really hot. The clouds just high. But there's a nice cooling breeze blowing across the ground as well. He's on 74, edging closer and closer to those magical 3 figures.
Yeah, so says to continue to Dindal. Oh, this is played nicely. Won't beat the fielders in the circle, so they only managed to get 1. But he timed that quite well, Dindal. I saw Gussie doing some stretches. Just before that delivery was bowled Kenroy, so he might be into the attack pretty soon.
I think the skipper has missed a chick, really. Guyana well settled at 130 for 2 after being 2 for 5. They are now 130 for 2. Skipper Dindal on 75 and his partner Harewood on 43.
Oh, that's a missed opportunity right there. Shamaya would overbalancing, playing that ball on the leg side, and the keeper missed the stump. Good awareness shown by him to try and throw down the stump, but he misses it. So a missed opportunity once more for the Windward Islands team.
Well, opportunity been offered by Harewood, really trying to whip that one off his path, overbalancing and falling forward. And the keeper was very much aware, took the ball into his glove, straight at the stumps. It bounced over the stumps. Unfortunately for Harewood, he's still there.
Yeah, Harewood has ridden his luck in this innings, really. I mean, he skied 2 deliveries and one was dropped, the other. Both fielders left it up to each other to take the catch, and in the end it fell in between the 2 of them. Now a missed opportunity again via what would have been Would it have been a stumping or a run out? I think he was attempting to take a run. I think he lost the ball at the last second. Maybe thought it passed the keeper and was looking to scamper a single, and then he turned back after he realized what was happening. So an opportunity created. They desperately needed that wicket, the Windward Islands team. It's not to be, and Yearwood is still there.
It probably just seems the only way that these batters are going to be dislodged is through a run out route or a mistake from these two cause of lack of concentration. We saw Dindal just losing concentration a while ago, trying to whip one through mid wicket, and it falling in. It fell in no man's land.
One is errant in line and just walked down to the fielder at fine leg. The only fielder out actually, a man at fine leg. They have a fine leg employed for Bolton Sayers to both batters. That's the only fielder that's out. It's interesting. So the over is completed, 131 for 2. And Guyana continues to press on the advantage here.
Well, nothing else you can do here more than bat. Continue to bat well for Guyana. Put the runs on the board, 131 for 2. They were bowled out for poetry 69 in the first innings. They are making amends in this innings, really. And I think the Windward Islands only have themselves to blame.
Yes, a lead of 113. My next question now is to Guyana. My next thought is about Guyana and how many more runs are they looking to get before? You know, it's always tricky batting late in the afternoon. So getting to a good total, a formidable one, and getting Windward Islands in before the end of the day's play might really pay into their favor. So I'm just wondering what sort of total are they looking for here? Are they willing to just bat until maybe tomorrow?
Well, I think the Guyanese plan maybe just to bat as long as possible and assess things as they go along. Haven't lost first innings and not too sure as to what is happening. This one is teasingly falling short of the bowler. The fielders getting excited there. Feel as though they're getting something. There's a feeling in the air. This one is, well, stopped by the man at short extra cover, who did an excellent job moving to his right, but couldn't stop that single. Score moves up to 132. So the Windward Islands fielders are thinking now something's going to happen. Let's make it happen here. Skipper Dindal on 75. 25 away from that magical figure. He has batted well for his team. Here would have supported him excellently. He's on 45. Another good delivery by Kurt Murray. Not as much tone as we saw yesterday. What would be the next move for the Windward skipper? Is it to remove Murray? Bring himself on? Gassy? Chief wicket taker so far in the innings. Bunks and turn there.
It's all of a sudden, out of nowhere, bunks and turn to end the over for Kurt Murray, 132 for 2.
As the day goes on, Guyana continue to do a very good job here.
Yeah, so I guess this is the assessment part that we spoke about earlier. So these two, they're in a position where they can look at conditions to see if it begins to wear as the evening continues, and then I guess from then they'll be able to make a decision in terms of how many more runs will definitely keep Windward Islands out of the game, or at least they think will hope keep them out of the game rather. So Sayers to continue. I'm still surprised that he's going with Sayers, but this is the decision that he's taken. And let's see if it pays off for the Windward Islands, because they desperately need a wicket. Easy stuff continues for these two. Yorker, huge appeal, but I think there was some bat on that one. The Windward Islands player, they're trying to cheer themselves up. They were quite flat, nothing happening, no one talking. All of a sudden, they realize that they're down. They're trying to lift their spirits. So it's really good to see from some young men perspective.
Well, they're probably feeling a vibe, you know. Cricket goes with feelings, emotions, you know, mood swings. Happens.
Yes, momentum is definitely with the Guyana team at this moment. And for it to swing in the favor of the Windward Islands, they need to pick up wickets. And a lot of wickets, as this one is played nicely down the ground. So Calvin Gassi cuts it off. They just pick up a single. The Dindialas look immovable, really. I mean,
yes, you have played a really lovely innings. Played a straight bat. When the ball is bad, he dispatched it. He used his feet, lovely movement of the feet. He gets to the pitch of the delivery. He drove nicely. He swept. He did everything which is required of him. Didn't risk his hand at all. And he's still there batting on 75. Good innings so far from Dindal.
Yeah, and along with him, Rampatab Ramnath, I've mentioned at the start of this tournament, both of them senior contracted player as of now for the Guyana Happy Eagles, the senior team. So you want to see these sorts of players stamping their authority in this competition at the under 19 level, because being contracted for the senior team, I mean, you're now going to play cricket with senior players who've been there, done that, players who may have represented West Indies. So playing at that level, your next step is basically representing the senior West Indies team if you do well. So Dindyal and Rampatab Ramnath, players like of their caliber, really should be looking to show their class and skill in this under 19 level. We're seeing Dindyal put his hand up in this innings for the Guyana team so far.
Yeah, I do agree with you there, Stacey. These players should really come to the fore after being recognized by their islands. But they're here, not having the best time, but Dindal has put up his hands. As you said, played a pretty good knock today. Murray just some good delivery. So the Windward Islanders are feeling of vibes, just encouraging themselves. 134 for 2. So the vibes is here, and things are happening for them as well.
Yeah, all of a sudden it's become a psychological warfare. The Windward Islands players, they're up and about basically over nothing, and all of a sudden something starts to happen with the ball. You saw Court Murray getting bunks and turn. That one narrowly missing the stump of Shama Yearwood. So here we go. Something just might be around the corner for the Windward Islands team. At least they'll be hoping for that.
Some positive vibes coming from each and every one of the Islanders, encouraging their bowlers. Murray, marathon spell he's having here, 134 for 2. Guyana really having a a good day on the job. This one is being struck. Dropping short of Gassi here. So the throw comes back in. Another run to Dindal. So just a little airy-fairy. Some things are happening here for Windward Islands. Probably something may come their way and they may get that wicket that they're looking for. As Murray continues to toil away for them here at Arnesville in bright sunshine.
I guess the Windward Islands player, they decided they're going to enjoy their cricket, have fun with it. They're playing the game, no point in being despondent on the field. Yes, things aren't going your way. That one kept a bit low. Yeah, things aren't going your way as of now. Guyana is certainly on top. So it's good to see that they're enjoying the game and trying to keep their spirits up. Oh, a foul shot played. Trying to sweep that one. Wasn't in a position to sweep really. Just coming off. Was it bat? Did the umpire signal anything?
Yes, a run. Seemed like it hit the edge of the bat and trickled out to short fine leg. So the Windward Islands are keeping themselves active. You know, you just can't bow your heads and allow Guyana to take this game and run with it. At 136, they could be chasing 236.
Yeah, I've seen Yearwood play that shot before though. Instead of getting all the way down and actually trying to sweep it, I've actually seen him just stand like halfway there and try to really shovel it behind fine leg, sorry. So maybe that's one of his way of executing a sweep shot, or his version of playing the ball behind the fielder, behind the stump. Not too sure. Probably might have to have an interview with him and find out later.
Maybe.
Well, I've seen him play it more than one occasion. Yeah.
Windward's really wanting a break here. Guyana denying them of that break.
Oh, that one definitely
Oh,
turned and
the
it's
finger
been
goes
given.
up. The finger goes up and Dindal is not happy. But he can't reach for it. It's 139. 139 and Guyana have lost wicket number 3. Skipper Dindal is not too happy with that one.
Well, finally something happened there. Definitely moved across. Dindal, maybe a faint edged through to the keeper. And the Windward Islands have dismissed the batter who I termed as immovable a while ago. Nothing was really troubling him. But he played a fantastic knock for his team. 77 of 130 balls. Really set the template for the other batters to come, with the hope that they will continue in the same vein as he has done. Him and Shamar Yearwood, who's there on 47. So, Avenger Dindia are not happy. He's looking for a century. I'm pretty sure the way he's batted. And Kurt Murray, into his 17th over, has done the trick for Windward Islands and picked up that very important wicket of Dindal.
Dindal with that long, slow walk from the southern side of the grounds. Really just chatting. Wasn't too happy with that decision, but the umpire decision is final. 136 for 3. Windward Islands have gotten that break that is so needed. So that brings in the number 81, that is Mohabia, to join Yearwood.
Yeah, so Alvin Mohabir, yesterday these two came together in that 69 that they managed to score in the first innings. These two had a 33 runs partnership. And now he's in a situation where things are much better for Guyana. So him along with Yearwood will be looking to continue just in the same vein as the skipper and Yearwood, they build in a partnership. We haven't seen a lot of huge partnerships in the game, but those two, well, Yearwood and Dindial managed to put on over 100 runs in a partnership. So exciting times here for Guyana. And those two are batting. So Bolton Sears is going to continue.
I know how some positive vibes could change things for you. Windward Islands looking positive, encouraging each other. Want something to happen as the vibes continues on the field.
Is their way of injecting some positivity into their bowling innings, and it's done something for them. This one is driven past the player there at backward point. Tariq Edward gives chase. Quick young man, but they're still able to get two.
Yes, a good looking shot there by Harewood, open on the face of the bat and just hitting it through backward point, picks up 2 runs. Side of the outfield is not as fast as we are accustomed to. So that was pulled up just inside of the ropes by Gabriel. Tariq. So they're looking for wicket number 4 here, Windwards.
Yeah, I think that's how Sayers will operate. He's just been bowling on that lane, just taking it across the left-handed batter. And then he'll try to just nip one back in, get one coming back in straighter to him. Did so in the over before. One kept a bit low, almost taking out the off stump. So that's the delivery that Yearwood has to be wary of, the one that's coming back in. Oh, almost, Kenroy. And Edge just dying on the way to Uggies. Almost pulling off a brilliant catch. So Shamaya Wood living on the edge. Survives an edge falling just short of Uggies there.
Some excellent fielding by the skipper. Really diving to his left. One bounce as they interject some vibes into their cricket. 138 for 3.
Yeah, just looking to dab it between that slip field and that man at gully. Risky. Decides to leave that one alone. That's a better call there from Yearwood. So one away from a half century, a well-deserved half century. So he'll be looking to get to that milestone and kick on for his team.
Well, oh, how we would like to get to that milestone, but the Windward Islands are looking to deny him of that. As the skipper rings the changes in, there's a second slip now been added. A gully, a backward point, square cover, short extra cover mid-off or mid-wicket, and the mid-on. So they're gonna make things pretty hard here for Harewood to get that single. As Sayers continues to bowl.
Yeah, and that's good from Gussie, recognizing that the batter is seemingly anxious to get that single to get to that half century, as well as his bowler has been operating on a nice line and then tight to the off stump, occasionally some wider. So he's just giving him the feel to encourage him to continue bowling just that. Two runs coming off that over, 138 for 3.
Well, another good over there by Sears, bowling for the Windward Islands. 138 for 3, Guyana. Much better effort by them here in the second innings after being bowled out for poetry 69 in the first innings. As we see Kevin Gassi marking his run. Seems as though he would be introduced. No, it's not. Murray continues. So the skipper says, I'll continue with Murray. He has grabbed 1 wicket. He has bowled a marathon spell so far. So the vibes continue for the Windward Islands as they encourage each other on the field. Murray continues with a skipper hop and a jump. Wow, that one is pitching on the off stump and bouncing and turning.
I think that was a brave leave, Ken Roy, giving his left arm spinner, coming back into the left-hander. But he survived, so a good leave in the end.
Driving there, peeling off the outer portion of the bat. Runs down to third man, 2 more runs.
Yes, so Alvin Mohabir is off the mark in the second innings. You know, with something happening for Murray at this end, haven't seen Tariq Edward used from this end as yet, Martin. So might not be such a bad idea if they want to continue with a slower bowler, 2 left-handers at the wicket, go to their off-spinner Tariq Edward from this end, just to see if he gets the same sort of porches we're seeing from Murray at this point in time. He's getting a few to turn and bounce all of a sudden, so might not be a bad idea for the Windward Islands if they want to continue with their slow bowler.
Well, I do agree with that one, Stacey, and I think that they should operate with a spinner and a pacer at this time because of the nature of the wicket and also the position that they're in. They have to be very careful that they don't give away too much runs, and they have to be looking for wickets as well. So they're in a dicey position at 141 for 3.
Yeah, Sales has built up a good rhythm, bowling to Yearwood at the other end. Well, Mohabir is now on strike, but he's also a left-hander. So he doesn't need to change much in terms of how he's been operating, so he can continue bowling now to the newer batter. So it's with hope for the Windward Islands that he can maintain what he has done so well in the over before. Yeah, that's nice there from Sayers to start. Uncertainty on whether to play or leave there from the new batter. So a good bit of cricket. No. A bit attritional. Not so free-flowing in terms of scoring rate. And a bit of, finally, a testing period to the batters. I haven't seen a lot of these periods to the batters since the partnership and Yearwood. But just having them get a think have to think a little bit more, the Guyanese batter, since these two bowlers were introduced in tandem.
Sears bowling with a really packed offside field, 2 slips and gully, backward point, short extra cover, mid off, gully, mid on, mid wicket. Very strong position. Offside positions have been placed there for Murray. Sorry for Sears.
Yeah, all the captain is asking is for metronomics from his bowler. Bolton says he's not express pace, so needs to be doing something similar. There you go, that's what he wants him to do, something similar to what Joash Charles did when he bowled yesterday to the Windward Islands in his opening spell. Was just hitting a line and length constantly. Troubled some, Auguste, when he was at the wicket, got some to nibble away from him. So much older the ball now, 46 plus overs old. So all he needs to do is maintain that line and length, as he's doing so quite well. The batters need to do something different. They will need to go at him. So this is all the captain is asking for Sayers to do. Moabe took a long walk out to square leg almost to the umpire. Maybe in his thoughts a little bit.
Probably just refocusing.
Yeah, that's good to see. Is get out of the zone and just try to reprocess. So well bowled and well left as well. So all the captain wants now is for him to just get it a touch straighter with the angle moving away from the left-handed batter, and that might cause them to be in real problems. Something similar to that, but just get it a bit closer to that off-stump line. So a fine over completed, a maiden one from Sayers, 141 for 3.
Well, good steady going here by Guyana at 141 for 3. Really piling on the pressure on the Windward Islands, day number 2. We are in the afternoon session. Just about another half an hour or so plus to go to tea. So these players would be eyeing that up as well. So here what is on, beating on 49, and Mahabia is on 3.
So Murray to continue. Yearwood on strike. And shot played out to square leg. Gassi does well, keeps it to 1, and that's a 50. Well deserved to Shamar Yearwood. He raises his bat and acknowledges the dressing room. It's a good knock from the young man.
Yeah, good knock by him. Good supporting role to his skipper. And now he has crossed that line of 50. All he needs to do now is carry on. Continue batting the way that he is. Don't try anything rash. But a good knock from him.
It's 50 of 126 balls. It came with some close opportunities for the Windward Islands team, but they weren't accepted, if I should say that. So he manages to get to 50, looking to push on. His captain wasn't able to get to 3 figures. So he's well set. And I'm pretty sure he'll be eyeing up 100 runs at least. He spoke about being consistent, as I mentioned in his interview. So he'll be looking to back up his good work, adding another 50 to his 50 that he's gotten so far. Nicely walked off the pads there, but feel well positioned to stop that. Use of the feet. Bit of misfielding there from Devin Tyson, the substitute fielder on, allowed them to get the single. So Murray, a change of angle for him. He's going around the wicket now to Yearwood. So 143 for 3 at the end of that over. Gussie bowling his 19th over. He has figures of 59 for 1 in 19 overs. So Edward is back. It appears as if they're going back to the spin of Edward. So no more Bolton says from that end.
Well, back to the spinners.
So well packed offside field. Seven-2 field, in fact, in favor of the offside. It's close to tea here on day 2. So I think these two will continue to be a little bit more watchful. Won't be looking to press on the accelerator just as yet. The Windward Islands searching for wickets. They've gone back to their main strike bowler. Tariq Edward picked up 5 in the first innings. Hasn't picked up a wicket as yet. Before the start of his over, he's bowled 13 overs for 43 runs. Going to be pretty hard for the left-hand batter to pierce the offside field the way it's packed. Heavily packed offside field. So maiden over to start to Edward. Score remains on 143 for 3. So Murray is going to get a break, it appears. Yes, the captain, Akeem Ogis, has a ball in hand. So he's going to have a go before lunch to see if he can pick up a wicket to help his team's cause. Guyana, they lead by 126 runs. Yearwood still there. Alvin Mohaber there on 4 of 21 deliveries. He sweeps this fine. Won't get to the boundary, but they're able to pick up 2.
2 more runs to the total, 2 more runs to Guyana, 2 more runs for Windwards to get.
Sweeps again. Should be 2 more. Cassie gives chase. A good throw. Oof. That was tighter than I expected it to be. Had to really get his skates on there, Yearwood, to make his ground. So 2 more runs to the total. Because Oggies actually created an opportunity against Yearwood all year in his batting innings. Unfortunately, I think the substitute fielder, Devin Tyson, wasn't able to get to it. I'll say he pulled out of it, actually, thinking that the fielder who was coming in from long on was going to take the catch. So this one is pitched up, but definitely heading down leg. Fielder's getting animated around the bat, but I was yacked. Really full delivery to Yearwood there from Oggies. Sweeping loud appeal. Pitching outside a line of leg stump, so not out. So 147 for 3. A lead of 130 runs.
Well, on the stroke of T, we had a loud appeal here, but it's time for tea here at Arnisville as the batter strolled off 147 for 3 in Guyana in their second innings. After having a deficit of 17, they are now 147 for 3. So we are listening to and looking at West Indies under 19 cricket here at Arnisville playing field. West Indies under 19 Rising Stars. Guyana versus the Windward Islands. Here at T, 147 for 3. We'll be back to bring you more coverage.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the last session of day 2 here, round 2 in the Cricket West Indies Under 19 Rising Stars Men's Tournament. We're here at the beautiful Annisville playing field, of course. Live action continues from the entrancing island, multi-island nation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The match here, a keen contest between Guyana and the Windward Islands. The Windward Islands searching for wickets, 7 away from bowling out the Guyana team, but that seems a long way away as the Guyana's managed to notch up the first 100 in this match so far from either team. They are 147, a lead of 130. Ati Yearwood there, and 50 not out. Alvin Mohabir there as well. The pick up the bowlers so far, Corbin Gassi, picking up 2 wickets in his 4 overs for 5 runs, and the other wicket taker, Court Murray. But just to give you some information in the other matches, 2 other matches on today. Leeward Islands taking on Jamaica. Leeward Islands were dismissed for 297. Leeward Islands in reply are 259 for 3. The first 100 of this 3-day format coming off the back of the bat of the opener, Malik Walsh, who is currently 133 not out. So excellent display of batting there, certainly, from young Malik Walsh from Leeward Islands. In the other game, Barbados versus Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago were dismissed for 165 yesterday. Barbados in reply were bowled out for 284. They notched up a lead there for sure. And Trinidad and Tobago, they are currently 8 for 1. So action continues here. Tariq Edwards, has the ball in hand. And he will continue to Alvin Mohabir. Stanley, good afternoon to you. Yes, so Tariq Edward, with ball in hand. Alvin Mohabir on strike. So the Windward Islands players just trying to shift some momentum in their favor by being animated on the field of play. One swinging down the leg side. They continue in that vein after tea. It's trying to find a way to boost themselves up, really. Guyana has totally flattened them with that 100-run partnership between Dindial and Yearwood. Mentioned yesterday, Edward, when he came on to bowl, was actually really effective. He picked up 5 wickets for 4 runs. Stark contrast today. He's not managed to pick up a wicket and has gone for 43 runs. He'll be looking to get a breakthrough, get another wicket to his name in this contest. None so far in the second inning. So I'm maiden over to start things here after tea. 147 for 3. Such a lovely day for cricket in a gorgeous island. If you've never visited before, you're missing out. So certainly St. Vincent and the Grenadines should be on your bucket list of islands to visit. So Captain Nakeem Ogis is going to continue after tea as well. So full toss to start. Helped away behind backward square. Won't get a boundary. pulled in between those two men, one behind square and the other in front of square. So he picked the gap well, but didn't time it as well as he would have liked to get a boundary, but they pick up 2 nonetheless. That's better from Ogis. Similar to how he was operating just before tea, sorry. So he'll want to continue that and put that loose delivery behind him from the first ball. This one is full again, and this has been dispatched over Bolton Sayers' head at mid-wicket, who looked interested there for a moment, but he had enough on it to sail over his head. So 6 more runs to Shama Yehood. So 8 runs off 3 deliveries so far from Akeem Ogis. A skipper looking for a breakthrough for his team. Yeah, but it's a set batter. He's not going to miss out on deliveries such as those. Pitched up, driven. Not timed well enough and couldn't find a gap on that occasion. This one is short. Looks to pull it on the onside, misses out. This one just floated up. Driven to the man at mid-off. So 8 runs off that over, 155 for 3. So Stanley.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Stacey. Guyana continuing to build what transpired between lunch and tea and hoping to position themselves whereby they ought not to lose this game. I think that probably will be the objective, because the runs thus far will pose a problem for the Windwards. So it's a question of batting as long as possible. And as we say in cricket in terms, bat the Windwards out of the game if they can survive that period of time.
Indeed so, and as I mentioned earlier, they are in a demanding position right now. Just 3 wickets down. And getting that lead up above 100, Tariq Edward to continue. And he's bowled straight through him. And Tariq Edward is on the board with a wicket for the Windward Islands. The first in the second innings for him. And Alvin Mohabir makes a mess of his stumps.
Yeah, Mohabir played completely over that one, looking for a big drive. It's a flighty delivery. And rather than try to get in touch with it, closer to it, defend it, get a feel of the pitch, restart, he going for the big one, and he paid the price. And Windwards are very happy with that. They have taken their 4th wicket. And who knows, is it the gates that are open?
They'll be hoping for that, the Windward Islands. New batter, Zinal Ramsamy, makes his way to the middle. So Tariq Edward finally getting on the board, bowling Alvin Mohabir. I'll also be hoping for more of that, but the Guyana team losing 2 quick wickets, I'll say, after that massive partnership of over 100 between Yearwood and the captain Mavendra Dindyal. They don't want to let Windward Islands get a sniff here. So they'll need to keep building partnerships as they've done so well in this game after losing those only 2 wickets for barely anything on the board.
Yeah, we have seen some funny things happen during this tournament whereby wickets fall in a cluster. So we are not too sure what is going to happen before us in the future here. But one, from a Guyanese standpoint, one is hopeful that from their standpoint, you'll be able to reconsolidate, get another partnership going, whilst Windwards will be pressing with, just as you quite rightly said, a little sniff, hoping that they can get in and target for wicket number 5, wicket number 6, and they'll be denied by the Guyanese. So it's a question of the mindset of the Guyanese batsmen in relation to having lost 2 wickets. Well, partnership between India, who got 77, and who is there really holding the fort, so to speak.
So Edward is going to continue to Zainul Ramsamy. Oh, he's sweeping right away. Guess he has put that dismissal in the first innings right behind him. He was bowled, sweeping, leg stump rock back in the first innings, and right away, leg by, goes for a sweep shot. Interesting shot selection, first ball from Zainul Ramsamy.
Well, it's the mindset of the batsman. Because for the life of me, cannot understand. You're just in, doesn't show what is, not sure what is happening, and you decide you're going to sweep for the fourth delivery and could easily have lost the wicket.
So Yearwood, the more compact Yearwood on strike. Drives this down the ground. Takes a single. You actually thought 2 was on there, but both batters were jogging really. If they had pressed on it, the fielder on the boundary there, Corbin Gassi, was just jogging to the ball. If they had pressed on it, they may have picked up 2, but just 1 in the end.
One would have thought, Stacey, that anyway, at the end of the over.
Okay, yeah.
New man looks a little fidgety. The new man looks a little fidgety.
He's fidgeting, having a jog. He's getting himself, fit and get his feet moving as he'll need to against Edward. Oh, sweeps. Oh, just past the man. Had fine leg or backward square really, and he picks up a boundary. So I guess he went home, went to the hotel yesterday and decided to perfect his sweep shot. 2 shots played, or 3 deliveries played, 2 sweep shots played, 1 picking up a boundary.
Maybe he practiced sweeping in his room yesterday evening, last night, because all he's doing is just sweeping. So maybe he bought a new broom on his way up to the hotel, and he said he's going to do sweeping. It's a very risky way of starting your innings. Really, really risky, because easily could have taken the back of the bat and into the air, and you're on your way back. So what are you going to tell your skipper when you're out like that? Sit and relax and bat properly, because I thought the partnership will act as a motivation for the rest of the team between the skipper and Rampas, and they would.
Oh, it's a no ball. He's pulled this powerfully. He'll pick up another boundary. So back-to-back boundary here for Zainul Ramsamy, and he has come out with intent.
Yes, definitely. The intentions are there. I am going to take the attack to the Windward Islands bowling, and maybe he has been groomed on 10-10 cricket or 20-20 cricket, because he's not having a feel of the pitch, anything. He decided, I'm going to play shots.
Yeah, it depends on what the instructions are, really. Maybe they're looking for quick runs.
No.
I mean, I'll ask you a question after the over. I know you're a man of vast knowledge, Gunny Hines, haven't been around so long. So after the over, I have a question to ask you, because I'm hearing talks of the tide. As Edward continues. Yes, so the over is completed. 166 for 4. Yeah, so I'm hearing talks of the tide, Gunny. How much does the tide play an impact here at the Annisville playing field? Because that's what I'm hearing all the time. So, a man with your knowledge and experience, I want you to enlighten me. I'm still young and up and coming. I've never really paid attention to the tide coming in. That's all I'm hearing every time I go outside. When the tide comes in, it appears as if something happens for the bowl in the afternoon. So, can you enlighten us on that, please?
As far as I'm concerned, it's a myth.
It's a myth.
So
it's a ghost story then.
Yes.
Okay, all right then. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, it's something that I've been hearing all throughout this match, about the tide, even in the match before. When the tide comes in, something happens for the bowlers. It's driven nicely. Franklin hustles in to keep them to 1. Throw a bit off target, but no damage done in the end.
You see, in the days gone by, Casey.
But Mr. Hines, I don't know if you have a relative named Casey, but that seems to be your favorite name for me.
Well,
it's a name that you quite like.
well, nothing wrong with that. It's a lady's name.
So just renaming me altogether. I have to let my mother know about this.
Probably need to ask your mom why she didn't name you Casey.
I'll let her know that your preference for me is not Stacy but Casey. I'll surely let her know this.
Okay, fine.
So one kept a bit low there. So yes, continue,
Yes,
Mr.
you see,
Hines.
in the early days, from what I was told and what I came to know after, the bottom side of that field, it was extremely close to the sea. And there was one little a BRC wire fencing.
Mm-hmm.
So, go ahead.
No, so continue. This one is full. Continue.
So,
We need to know this.
there was always the notion that once the tide rise and it fall, the effect it had on the water table under the pitches in those days. They had just three strips in those early days. The strips they have since relayed the entire square.
Oh, that's nicely bowled there from Ogis.
Yeah, so once the tide came up in those early days, with nothing really to sort of block it, so to speak, there was an effect in the very early days. But as time progressed with the sort of concrete that is around Annisville today, especially along on the southern side, and the extension to the land behind the administrative center, media center.
Short, but it kept low. He pulled it in the air, but no one there to take a catch.
With the sort of concrete and then the reclaiming of the land behind, that has become a myth, because that has helped to block out some of the tide that will be coming in. So that is a myth today. In the early days, yes, there's no two ways about it. But in this day and age, we're living in 2023, 2024.
Modern times.
Not even modern times, the amount of development that's taking place.
Exactly.
There was not a bleacher there where it is at the moment. It was just open space. So it had an effect, but with all that concrete that is there, in terms of the bleachers, Guinness stand, posse standers, the big thing on the bottom, the media center, you claim the land, the trees around it, has really suppressed that situation. But right now, is either you have it or you don't have it. Because once the ground staff has put in their work, because I will tell you, in those early days, there were 3 strips, and I can tell you right up to this day and age exactly how they were playing. And we selected our Ratcliffe team based on which strip we were given to play.
You have a brilliant memory. You're able to tell me. I say you have a brilliant memory. You're able to still tell me
No, I can
from
tell you
since then.
Something that's vivid.
Yeah, so all you spectators worried about the tide. There you have it from Mr. Stanley Hines. No worry about the tide here. The batters need to apply themselves.
That is correct.
And there
There
you
was
go.
one strip on this side, the western side, played up and down. And there was one in the center. That was about the best batting strip. And then the one to the eastern side. They have since extended it. Seamers always got the nod for our team because what it was doing, the pitch was doing.
Oh, Shamar Yearwood. I believe he's been dismissed there.
He's out.
He's in disbelief
No,
at the
he is
shot
out.
he's played, actually. Looking to just swing a big hoik across the line of that one. Takes the edge on an easy, a simple catch to Captain Akeem Ogis.
I like the word they use, hike.
It was that.
He just stood there and just threw his bat. For someone who's been there for so long, to play such a shot is very naughty. Should be there to try and shepherd the rest of the Guyanese batting and try, for his own individual sake, try and get as far as possible close to 100, if not 100. But to stay there and hike at that one and come with his head buried down in the sand like a proverbial ostrich, that one cut it with me.
Yes, admonishment as he walks out, really, and I agree with that. He's berating himself. He's upset with the shot that he's played. You know, he'd really built an inning, 64 of 143 deliveries. Looks set to take it bigger. We mentioned Malik Walsh scoring 133. So a perfect opportunity for both batters dismissed earlier to get to 3 figures. Not to be. A new batter, Rivaldo Phillips, had a handy 16 runs in the first innings. So he...
It's a question, has he really opened up can of worms, you know, because he was his anchor, the anchor, so to speak, for the Guyanese innings. And to give it away basically with that hike, I like the word he used, hike, and losing his wicket and looking to admonishing himself. He should go in the pavilion and hang his head in shame. Yeah. You've done all the hard work. All the hard work has been done. Things are easy for you. You've gotten accustomed to the pace of the pitch. You see what the spinners are doing, the seamers are doing. Stay there and bat and let the batter wrong you. That's how batting is all about. Is it the tide?
The tide, that is a myth. So Rivaldo Phillips, a new man in, he sweeps right away. Straight. Oh, mix up in the running, misjudgment, but safe in the end, these two. So Rivaldo Phillips is off the mark. Well, he swept well in the first innings, actually. Most of his shots, most of the runs scored from the 16s were from shots that he swept.
See, why look to play high-risk shot at this stage? That is a high-risk shot.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm not too sure if they are looking to get quick runs and maybe send in the Windward Islands batters this afternoon. They lead by 153 runs.
It's not enough runs.
It's not enough. You heard it here first. So the Guyana team, they need to just bat a little bit longer and score some more runs. This one is hit through the gap firmly. Don't think it will get to the boundary. Some pace was taken off that, so good field in there. There's 2 more runs. You said it's not enough runs, so what do you think? What do you think is a good total to keep the Windward Islands batters at bay?
As much as possible. That's going up somewhere between 250 to 75, and position your team in such a way that you apply pressure to the opponents. Do not give them a sniff.
Indeed.
Because if you're looking to get quick runs and they dismiss at them 190, you have actually brought the opposition right back into the game. At 190, you see 4 or 5 out, and they still have to bowl. It's a different mindset. So basically, it's as much as possible, 250 to 75. But the way they are going, they give you that inclination, that feeling that they are change their tactics now to 10-10.
So 172 for 5. Ogies continues. 55 overs bowled.
I'll remember at a minus 17. It's not 172.
No, that's the score that they have. They lead by 155 runs.
Right, so it's not 172. 172 is the total.
That's their total, yes.
They have forgotten the 17. You have to move that away from the overall total. I think they're making a mistake, though.
This one is full. Could have done a lot more with that, but...
Get to 272 and then give the winners 255, which is a different ball game. Because the pitch has eased tremendously. The sort of bounce and turn and all this, thing thing that's happening is not happening.
It's a typical leg spinner's delivery. Just really wide left alone by Rivaldo Phillips.
The winners are cock a hoop because they realize they are really into the low order of the Guyanese batting. They're definitely into the low order.
They still need to pick up 5 wickets and get them quickly. So where are these 5 wickets going to come from? What will be your tactics now, Stanley Hines?
Winwards is doing the right thing. Try to dismiss them, and with the leg spinner on, he will pose a big threat.
Yes.
They're doing the correct thing. Keep the pressure on. Keep putting the pressure back on them because there's 2 new batsmen at the crease. As a question to see how quickly we could try to dislodge one of them before they settle.
Oh, Thought for a second there that was bold.
I thought I'd gone through myself, but he survived. O'Geese is doing the right thing. The leg spinner, flight them a little more. Let the batsman try to get at him.
Yes, because Phillips, although he's looking like he's trying to play as straight as possible, he has the propensity to play across the line. And that seems to be his go-to shot. So definitely the delivery, the ball moving away from him will pose the most threat to the way he approaches his innings. So 172 for 5, a lead of 155, the Guyana team.
As they have lost 2 quick wickets after tea, and have brought the Windwards with a sniff, a smell that they can probably dig deep into the lower order tail of the Guyanese innings, rather than, as I said earlier, bat them out completely, get to 250 thereabout, and maybe you can look to play some shots around 4:30 thereabout. Rather than that, they'll be struggling out to try and survive for the rest of the afternoon and to eke out whatever they may be able to get from the Windwards bowling, which would bring the Windwards right back into the game.
Yes,
200 and this in the second innings, Windwards should be able to get it. Forget about yesterday, what happened.
Indeed.
Just completely forget about yesterday. Look at what happened today. Pitch is playing nicer, it's flatter, and you could afford to play shots.
Yes, it's like yesterday was on a completely different, in a completely different world, really, when you look at how things went today for the Guyana team.
Not only Guyanese cricket generally, take the pitch, no big set at all, no devils in it, so to speak, if you want to call it that. Because we saw it from the skipper, Dindal, and then Yearwood. So if these two can do it, why it is that we cannot do it in the form of Pascal and O'Geese and the others?
And that is exactly the mindset the batters should have when they go into bat to chase the target. If they can do it, we can do it too. And maybe we can do it better.
Exactly.
We saw centuries being missed by the 2 Guyanese batters, Yearwood and Dindal. So who knows, if they're able to notch up a formidable target, maybe the Windward Islands batters can hold their heads down, bat long, and who knows, someone might be able to score the first 100 in this match. So full, driven straight back to Edward. Close again.
That one bounced around the stump, hitting the tail end of the bat, and the wicketkeeper looked up to the sky. That's Leo. Fortunate for the batsman, the ball did not cannon into his stumps. Very fortunate.
Oh, he sweeps again aerially. Will it bisect the fielders? No, it doesn't. So good work by Joel. Gerald Jeremiah on the boundary there, and he keeps them to 1 as well. So it's a good piece of fielding. Getting around there quickly, releasing quickly as well. See, Phillips is making an effort to play as straight as possible since he's come out, apart from that sweep shot. So 173 for 5, a lead of 57 overs bowled.
Well, the battle continues here to see which way, who would break first. Would it be the batsman or would it be another wicket tumble? We're not too sure. The mindset of these under-19 cricketers is not one easily read. Because I believe especially when it comes to batting, I believe, this is my firm belief, no 10-10 cricket should be played at the school level. Because they set the wrong trend, the wrong tone. Because all they know is to attack. They don't know how to defend. And in order to attack, you should be able to learn to defend.
Yes, I agree with you, Stanley. That's why I've given West Indies both their plaudits for having the tournament in the form of a 50-over and 3-day. These batters need to bat longer, put themselves in situation that one takes the edge just past the man at slip. Yes, these batters need to be placed in situation where they play more cricket, and this 3-day format is giving them an opportunity to do just that.
The temperament comes into play. Their patience comes into play. Because, 50 overs is a lot of cricket to be. 300 balls is plenty cricket to play, which is the longer version. As against a 10-10, big bash, boom, wham, kill a snake kind of thing. So I personally would not subscribe to no 10-10 for no schools cricket. Seem to have gotten the message because they have calmed down.
Yes, they've settled down. It's a case of who breaks.
Who breaks first?
Yeah. This one is full driven. They'll pinch a single, will they? Yes, they do. They might even get a second run, as Courtney Franklin wasn't able to gather and throw the stump down. He gathered, and I think he ended up throwing the delivery into himself, and it ran away. They were able to get a second run there. So good awareness by these two batters to pick up a second there.
It's important for the winners to continue to try and effect another quick breakthrough. Good one. That's a good one.
The batter agrees. He's shaking his head. He's nodding his head in approval.
That's a good one. Need to flight it a little more. Come above the eyelid. Well, the battle continues. Wynn was looking to effect further inroads into the Guyanese batting, and apparently it appears as though they have settled a little bit with the initial way of trying to let off the ball early up. I think an interesting bowling change should be Murray. Murray, those things that he's flighting up in the air, I think he might be the key for Windwards, because they'll seemingly want to attack. Seemingly.
Mr. Tariq Edward will continue. 176 for 5 after 58 overs, Guyana. Oh, another no ball. The second no ball I've seen bowled by Tariq Edward in this spell. So overstriding there from a spinner, Cardinal Sin Stanley.
Yes, a spinner ought not to be bowling no balls like that.
Oh, just yeah.
It depends on where the right. Yes, you have it right, because apparently what has happened.
No fault of Edward there. There were 3 players behind.
I was looking at the player next to the square, like umpire, if he's inside the crease or outside of the crease. Yeah, he shifted.
Yes, so I apologize to Tariq Edward. He didn't overstep on that occasion. It was because of error in the field.
These things are abnormal, man. These don't normally happen with 3 fielders behind the square leg umpire. One of these, what they call it? One of these anomalies when they come to field placing. Generally don't happen, generally. But it tells you about the mindset of the players in that position.
It's driven in the covers. It'll just be 2, I believe. Shouldn't get more than that. Yeah, so another 2 runs to Guyana. A good spot though from the umpire. Sometimes the game is moving along and you're there. It's a long day, a long match. Sometimes you're not aware of field placements, but good spot from the umpires.
But interestingly, looking at the field placing, I believe that the man at deep fine leg is a waste of field. He's a spinner that's bowling.
Yeah, they put him there. It really is a reactive field setting, to be honest, because of Ramsamy sweeping. So they decided, you know what, instead of gifting him a boundary, they're going to block it off. But I think they should be encouraging him to sweep. They want to pick up a wicket. They want him to be sweeping. Playing a risky shot. But it's an off spinner, so he's coming back in his arc to sweep.
Yes, Casey, Stacey, I definitely believe that man at deep fine leg is deterring him from playing the shot. And your chances of getting him out playing the sweep shot, if he is removed or come halfway, would increase significantly. So that is his reaction. So either he's come up halfway or find some other spot and encourage him to go for the sweep and realize the chance we can top it into the man shots.
Indeed, I agree with you.
I support what you said.
It's 179 for 5, 59 overs bowled. So Auguste is going to continue to Rivaldo Phillips. Zenal Ramsamy there with him. So Ramsamy started quickly out the blocks. He's reined himself back. He's going a bit slower now. He's now 16 off 25.
Because his famous shot, his main shot, his sweep has been cut out because of the man being put in a defensive way. Rather than encourage him to go for these shots, and chances of getting him out will increase significantly.
Full ball. Gonna make connection, proper connection. Go straight to Courtney Franklin at mid-on. So few full toss, few loose deliveries not put away by the Guyana team. Oh, that one kept low. Shouts of "Oh Jesus" by our co-commentator Kenroy Martin in the back there.
Did he see him?
I heard him.
Oh, I thought he saw something. He saw him.
It kept really low. You were surprised by that. Nicely forward on that occasion. He went back. He decided he's coming fully forward now after seeing how low that one kept. That's much better from Rivaldo. I'm impressed with the way he's gone about things so far. I mean, sometimes when I mention this, it's like the batters hear me and they do the opposite. But his natural inclination is to play across. But he's trying his best to. And there you go. Just as I mentioned, naturally he tends to go across. But he's been trying to play as straight as possible. And that occasion, not able to resist a delivery turning away from him. Yeah, that one is there. That one should be punished, and it is punished. 4 runs to Rivaldo Phillips.
Well, he's waiting on these loose deliveries to pounce on and to pull because it seemed to be his favorite shot. And he got a gift, and he helped himself to a boundary and will aid the guy in his causing. But Auguste really look at the situation. I would certainly introduce Murray from this the top end, and the field placing here from Edwards at the bottom end. The man at long leg will certainly come to halfway in, and encourage him to go for the sweep.
Yes, I agree with that assessment there, Stanley. I believe that might be Augie's last over. We left to be seen if he'll come back. So 4 runs to finish off that over. 183 for 5. I mean, Rivaldo Phillips, he's been itching for something to happen. And he managed to just get one and nail it for 4 runs. So Edward to continue. Fuller, driven. So a delivery like that, if the fielder is up, may have well seen him trying to play a sweep shot. Instead, he's playing with a straighter bat. Just because that fielder is there. Oh, that kept low as well.
You see, but maybe lack of experience, lack of knowledge, but bowling around the wicket, move the leg slip, bring this man short in, and your chance of getting him dismissed will definitely increase. Because he just, to me, what I'm saying thus far, he cannot resist sweeping.
Good hand there by Auguste to cut that off. It also comes back to the point that the Windward Islands, they're trying to restrict as many runs as possible. And that's the issue as well. So it's a conundrum really for Ogis. Use of the feet, they get a single. So he's thinking, okay, I don't want to pick up wickets, but I also don't want them to score quickly to pile on the runs. So he's cut off that shot for Zinal Ramsamy. But on the other hand, if they stay and bat long and they're in the wicket, they're going to score runs, and it's more time out of the game as well.
You're actually defeating the purpose. What you said initially is correct. You block the artery, they can't get runs. So what they will do, stay there and bat, and it go by ones and twos, and the score keep building. If you go around the wicket and move the individual down a long leg, you're far better off because you increase the chance of getting another wicket and go deep into the tail. That's what you're really looking at.
Indeed, that's what they should be thinking right now. But for now, it seems like they're thinking, okay, we need to cut off the runs, cut off as many runs as possible. But getting wickets is key. It's essential here. You need to pick up all 5 wickets if Guyana bats that long. Driven, return catch put down by Tariq Edward. The wickets that we've been talking about. Another one goes down. Unfortunate for the Windward Islands. Another chance goes down. End of the over, 184 for 5.
184 for 5 as Guyana continues to battle on, and each and every one makes it a little harder for the Windwards as they pile on the pressure towards getting whatever eventual total, whatever it may be. But some strange tactics though from the Windward skipper. But certainly I would have gone with Murray, set the long on and the long off halfway in, and see if they will go over the top in attempting. Because what he really needs right now, the Windwards need right now, is a quick wicket. A quick wicket, and try to get down to number 8, which will increase their chances of getting lower into number 9 and number 10. 1 wicket can easily bring 2. But you cannot be blocking up one side and hoping that they're gonna make the mistakes and then they'll give their wicket away. Although opportunity presented itself and Tariq Edward should have taken that catch.
Indeed, well, he's gone to a bowler who's hardly been used in this match. He's only bowled 2 overs in the entire match so far, Shanil Edwards. 2 overs, 2 maidens and 1 run. Well, 1 maiden and 1 run. So it's interesting that they've gone to him, the left-hand seamer. For right away, it's a bit short. Not able to find the gap.
Are you serious?
So instead of going to one of his strike bowler or someone who has been bowling, he decided to give Shanil Edward a go, the left-arm seamer.
At this stage, you are looking for wickets. You're not looking for someone to tie up an end. You're looking for a bowler. Hopefully, it will increase your chances of getting a wicket. It's a bit strange.
It's a bit wide.
Don't you think it's a bit strange to have a number 8 bowler coming in at 180 something for 5 or something like that? I thought definitely gone to Murray with those flighted tees and deliveries, looking to for runs and increase the chances of dismissing 1, maybe 2, maybe. Strange thing to happen on a cricket field.
Oh, that one rolled to the keeper. Kept really low. If that was directed on the line of the stump, Ramsamy would have definitely been walking back. Well, I believe if he had gotten his bat down in time, who knows? But my word, that totally rolled on its way to the keeper.
I think it's his action why that ball actually crept along the pitch, because the very first one we have seen for the entire match.
So far, he hasn't attacked the stump or the pads of the batters. One still wide, not troubling the batters at all. You need to make the batters play in this situation. Two slips in weight. Yes. Still wayward. Not getting. His radar has been off, rather, Shanil Edward. So Zinal Ramsamy, he's happy to just leave those deliveries alone. So dead ball signal by umpire Kashif Sandhi. Maybe just missing his run up there, Stanley.
Yes, he missed his run-up, and as I said, it's very strange that you have a new bowler at this point in time in a game to come and be bowling his first over. It's very strange, but...
Yeah. Also considering he's bowled the least amount of overs in this entire match.
Isn't it his first over?
This is his this is his third over in the entire match, actually. He bowled 2 in the first innings, and now they've used him for his third over in the entire match.
That's probably one of the problems when a skipper, you're once a skipper, I don't know if you're still playing. Once you're a skipper and you have too many bowlers, you have these kind of problems. Because there's a variety of bowlers out there available to Ogis himself, Murray, Edwards, Franklin, Sayers. So, and...
well, what I'll say to that is, yes, you have a lot of options and you can use them, but it's how you use them. So what I would have done, Edward and Murray bowled a string of overs and they really troubled none of the batters. So if you had to introduce bowlers, it would have been around that time earlier, when the ball was probably newer, just to get them in the game to see if they could have offered something. But now when Edward bowled into Rivaldo Phillips, now when you may have a chance to get back into the game, 2 set batters dismissed. This is when you bring on your strike bowler.
Prime bowlers. I agree. Stacey, that'll be interesting if there was no long leg. I'm certain we'll have gone for the sweep.
Both batters love to sweep. Both batters love to sweep. That's what I've noticed from the 2 of them so far. But they've put that shot away. Nicely played. They've put that shot away and they're looking to play straight. Unless it's there on that line to put away that side. And adding to that, as you mentioned, that fielder is out there lurking when they look across to the onside. So they're not going to risk it.
Yeah, force him to play the high-risk shot, which is the sweep. But you have cut that out and he's playing straighter, which makes life a little more difficult for you and the fielding team.
So these 2, risk-averse so far. They've settled down nicely. You mentioned Zinal Ramsamy. Looked a bit nervous when he started, but he's settled down quite nicely.
He's allowed to settle down. He should have put pressure on him from the moment he was looking fidgety. That's the word I think I used.
Oh, it's beaten. Not too sure if he got an edge onto that one, but it beats the glove of the keeper, Noel Leo. And they get back for 2. Await the signal of the umpire. Leg buys.
Yes, he pushed forward there. The ball seemed to have struck there. Knee roll on the front pad and bubble away from the keeper. Only tough ask. Not going to stop these type of things, but it's 2 more added to the total. Each and every run is making life a little more uncomfortable for the Windwards. And Guyana is quite happy with it.
An innocuous delivery on the leg side. He swept this. Not too sure if he got bat into it. He swept at it. So 2 more. So back-to-back double for the Guyana team. Buys this time. So he's put away the sweep, but for the delivery that's angled on the leg side. So that delivery on the leg side, he decided to sweep at it. And I believe the way his bat was positioned, he wasn't trying to hit it aerially. He's trying to sweep it down. So Zinal Ramsamy and the Guyana team. Guyana 189 for 5.
A lead of 172, but some tactics that questionable from the skipper of that team out there, the Windwards, and they continue to just hope for the best rather than be proactive. Go for the kill, go for the jugular, so to speak, and try and get a wicket, because another wicket you are right down into the Guyanese tail. I'm not so certain that he's really reading the game.
Yes, I'm looking at the field actually, and I'm not too certain if I'm actually seeing Court Murray on the field. I'm surveilling it. See someone there at cover. It could be him. It may well be Bolton. Says they are similarly built in size and stature. Full driven straight down the ground. So that's the only reason why. Yes, so I think I got a perfect view now. I don't see him on the field actually. I think that's Tariq Edward in slip. O'Geese is there as well in the slip. I see Says. Not too certain if Court Murray is on the field, so that may well be why he hasn't been introduced or reintroduced rather. This one is on the hips, tucked off the hips. They'll get runs for this. So no one is there in that vacant area. So 2 more. Who's that over there? That's Cassie.
Yes, and Murray's definitely off the field, but I would not have gone for this bowler here at this moment.
Yeah, he has other options as well. Corvin Gassi.
Gassi,
Brilliant
exactly.
spell. 4 overs, 5 runs, 2 wickets.
Except he's injured. We're not sure.
We hope that's not the case. So change in the field. So Rishan Lewis, who is a substitute fielder. No 2 ways about it. No, substitute fielder for Court Murray. I was wondering who he's on the field for. It's just been confirmed by my eyesight that Court Murray is off the field.
You need to investigate if something is wrong with Gassi, though, to be honest with you. Just 4 overs and a total 190 odd. Something doesn't add up. Something definitely doesn't add up, Stacey. There's no 2 ways about it. At 4 overs, you said, 5 runs, 2 wickets, and you have not bowled a ball since. Highly questionable, as I said, except he is injured, carrying a niggling injury or something of this sort. But he's out in the field. That's the important thing. That's the point I was making earlier about the number of bowlers that at your disposal. Somebody's going to get on the ball. It's a normal thing. Very normal. Rather than you have the 4 prime bowlers and maybe a spinner or a part-time spinner or something like that. Wide outside the off stump. But when you have this number of bowlers in front of you, one is injured, you do not have to go to the part-time. Use someone else. But Guyana is quite happy with the way things are going, to be very honest with you, because here is a part-time bowler. We are sort of in the balance in relation to opposition and towards winning the game. And if they continue like this, at the end of the day, we may very well end up with a lead of about 230, 240. Who knows?
Yes, I wonder if he can just look to come around the wicket to the right hand and try to bowl a straighter line from that angle, because so far his radar has been off. It's not troubling the batters at all. Everything has been moving away and further away from the batters. Nothing really attacking their pads. The one delivery that was straighter was able to be helped off the pads and go down to fine legs for 2. So might well be something that he can think about, just changing the angle.
Good thought.
It's too short.
It's 4 runs.
That should be 4 indeed. Sean Lewis won't get there. So, and the no ball as well. So 5 runs off that one delivery for Guyana. And they've gone up to 196 for 5.
And building a healthy total here. Yes, there was at 169 for 5. The innings was in sort of in the balance as we head into the lower half and the tail. But some strange tactics by the skipper with his bowling changes. Yes, he is missing Murray. But at the same time, he should have done something different. But he is out there. He makes the decision. We just have to live with it.
Oh, that
That's
one
wide.
is way off. Confirmation. Oh, it's not called.
That,
Case is
that definitely should have been a wide. It's really
decided
on the other
that's
pitch.
a
It's
legal
on the other
delivery.
pitch.
That's the end of the over.
As Guyana continue to
100.
mount at 196 for 5 and certainly lead now of 179 and positioning themselves better and better as the minute go by. We have another hour plus to play. Let's add another, let's say 30, 40 runs. They'll be in a position of about 230 to 40 by closer play if they are not dismissed, and will certainly put pressure on the Windward Islands.
So inching closer to a lead of 200.
I was looking at the time left.
Yes.
So you see, probably if they can bat the way they are going at the moment, it's all about 240 at the end of the day's play. We have a lot of time left in this afternoon's play, so we will be here much longer tomorrow than we had all anticipated.
So those of you tuning in and looking at the live, the score is actually 196. We'll get the adjustment for you shortly. So it's 196 for 5 and you're seeing 197. So there'll be an adjustment shortly. So 196 for 5, Guyana, a lead of 179 runs.
When was looking for something magical to happen there in terms of dismissing either of the batsmen.
That's really nice there. Nice use of the feet. Keeping his shape as well and driving it along the ground from Zinal Ramsamy. Didn't go to the boundary, but one of the better shots he's played all day. Picking up 2 more runs.
And he has grown in confidence from the time he came in when he was seemed a bit uncertain. He's definitely grown in confidence.
As I don't know if you all know about starter Stanley. I doubt you all. I've asked this question to Ken Roy, and he's a man here. He's never nervous about anything. But some batters, they're nervous starters, and once they get into a rhythm and hit more balls, then things settle down. The butterfly in their tummy settle down nicely. He's pulled this one. There's a man on the boundary, so they hustle back for 2. A stronger throw. Well, the throw wasn't that strong from, as it says, on the boundary. They're able to come back for 2 more runs.
So that's the 200 up?
Yes, 200 up for
200
Guyana.
Up for Guyana. Lead now of 183 and building another hour, as I said, 240, 250 tonight. We'll certainly set the cat among the pigeons for tomorrow.
Nicely walked off. Oh, they're looking for a quick single. Rivaldo didn't want it. Zinal wanted it. In the end, sent back and safe for Guyana. So the cat and the pigeons. Who are the cat? Who is the cat? Who is the pigeon, Stanley?
That is a local cricketing term that we used years ago. You're setting the cat among the pigeons, because the situation is you're actually bringing the lower order into play. And these are not the persons you are expected to score heavily runs. Rather than look to dismiss somebody tonight, maybe 2 more, and then try and get at the tail, as what the way the Guyanese with the intensity yesterday afternoon. I'm sure you remember that. The way they were intent in getting wickets yesterday afternoon, they were fighting to the bitter end.
No, he sweeps at this one. It was hit in the air, but there's no one close by. They hustle back for 2. So really good awareness in terms of the running between these 2 so far, apart from that one where they had a little mix-up. So 2 more runs added. So I've learned something, the cat amongst the pigeon. Never heard that one before, learning some old school terminology. And I liked your explanation and the way you broke it down as well. So 202 for 5, Guyana.
And the Guyanese are very, very comfortable with the way things are going. They're going at their pace. They're not too bothered. They recognize that they have eased the pressure and they are taking a good on time and build and build and build. And the pressure has definitely been removed from themselves to their opponents in the Windwards. So we'll see how it goes. And is there another change in bowling here?
No, it's Edward
Same
is going to
bowler?
continue.
Same bowler. Well, as I said, the skip is out there. He makes the decisions. And maybe he's looking for a breakthrough in the form of Edwards. It's not coming thus far, and the total keeps mounting. And I hope it doesn't turn into Mount Everest for them.
Yeah, that's what he should have been doing all along. Much better delivery from Chanel Edward. Right away pitched up. And we see the uncertainty in the foot movement from Rivaldo Phillips there. So that's where he needs to be. Can he deliver 5 more deliveries like that?
Very well. We'll just wait and see. But certainly 250 here will definitely be Mount Everest for the Windwards tomorrow. There's no two ways about it. They have to try and dismiss the Guyanese this afternoon before they get up to that total. Anything like 250, I'll tell you, Stacey, they'll be in a lot of problems to try and save the game.
This one wider this time.
But credit to the Guyanese, you know, because they were in trouble at the start at 9 for 2. And then that partnership in the skipper, Leal and Rampasad have really repositioned themselves. And then, yes, a little bit of a wobble after he got out. And Windwards should have been pressing on and ensure that that wobble come to full fruition and clean up the rest of the Guyanese batting rather than allow it everything to filter down. And they themselves are looking down the barrel in terms of looking at 250. Who knows, maybe beyond that. Who knows?
Oh, this one hit slightly uppish. Close to that fielder, Tariq Edward. Bounces short of him. Yes, the level of resilience and equanimity displayed by Yearwood and Mavinja Dindyal in that partnership, it definitely deserves all the approbation. And they really set things up nicely for Guyana and the rest of the batters to come. They've laid the platform, and it's over to the lower order to just keep building on the score. Try to get to 250, as you mentioned. It's after Raider again, not called wide. So I guess he's just in the tram lines there.
I think this is just what the doctor ordered for Guyana. Because, yes, as I said, a little bit of a wobble. So here it is, these two here with their uncertainty at the start of their innings. They have grown in confidence, and they are putting on another partnership here, really and truly tightening the screws on this game.
Yes, a partnership of 33, and that's what's been lacking throughout this match. Partnerships. We saw a huge one between the skipper and Yearwood, and now another one here by Rivaldo and Phillips, Rivaldo Phillips and Zainal Ramsamy, who are making every effort to play each delivery on its merit.
Yes, they're really trying their best, recognizing the pitch that has eased tremendously. But it's good for the Windwards as well, because they should recognize by now the pitch has eased, and 200 is gettable on this pitch. And it's a question of how quickly we can dismiss them. And when it's our turn to bat, we should be able to apply ourselves properly in the form of Pascal particularly.
Oh, this one is full driven nicely. But well stopped by Chanel Edward.
Pascal, Ugis, and bat around them and see if they'll be able to get to this 250 thereabout. Because as I said before, there's no real devil in the pitch in terms of the spin bowlers. And it's a little water break here now, a little break resumed after tea at 147 for 3. They are now at 202. So in that 45-minute period, they have added 56 runs, which certainly is good, going almost run a minute. So until we're ready for you, after this little pause here, we'll go back until we are ready, right after the water break. Yeah, back here at the Annesville playing field, the water break has ended. The players are back out, and the continuation of the Guyanese innings is here. And after a nice little break there, we welcome back Henry Martin, the policeman who is not on duty, but on duty.
Well, Stanley Hines, yes, he had a very good spell there. Wicket was bouncing and turning, hit a few edges. Nobody spilled any catch. So you grab a fifer. so, yeah, he let it out. He let it out. So Windward Islands, Guyana 202 for 5. Excellent comeback by them here in the second innings after being bowled out for 69. They have come back with a bang. Stanley Hines, wow. Putting some pressure on the Windward Islands here.
Yes, and we must give credit to that partnership of 130, thereabouts.
Gassi now returns after all morning, picking up 2 wickets.
From 4 overs.
Skipper had some genius ideas as he went along during the day. Unfortunately, Gassi wasn't a part of those. But he's here now at 202.
Well, he has been called back in, and hopefully after over 2 once he has walked up a sweat, he'll be able to try and effect the breakthrough that the skipper is looking for him to do.
Really thought he had a little niggle. This one is edging into his pads. Started nicely on the off stump. Really, and if the Windwards are not too careful here, they would have to make in excess of 250 in their second innings, and that would be a huge mountain to climb, really, on the final day, on a third day's wicket.
I think they definitely need to try and dismiss the rest of the Guyanese batting lineup this afternoon, to be very honest with you, if they are to really and truly position themselves back into this game.
So quiet start after the break. Guys getting some refreshments. Windwards really need that. Guyana just probably gassing up the tank to get going. $202 for 5, Guyana. The middle order of the Guyanese batting is at the crease. One is on 14, one is on 23. Good partnership so far for them. Gassi is right there on the off stump. Another dot delivery. Pretty critical juncture in this game. How much happens here now will tell you what may occur tomorrow. This off play is critically important. Whether Windward Islands gets the remaining 5 wickets or they would have to chase a big total. So this is always critically important. Stanley, how are you doing over there?
Yes, it's been critical as this always plays vital to both teams, more so the Windwards. Gassi back on after a long absence. So far he's delivered 5 good deliveries, forcing a batsman to play. And as I said, give him an over 2. Once he's all warmed, you may very well see him hitting the deck. But the pitch has definitely slowed down. Batting has become much, much easier. And it's a question of putting your heads down and bat and bat and bat. When is the Windwards done? Sometime tomorrow afternoon. Sometime tomorrow. We're not too sure how they're going to approach it.
Well, I have a friend in Grenada that says the wicket is flat as a bakes.
Those are the type of bakes you make?
Flat
bakes?
Easy to eat. Just break it. Make sure you got teeth to bite into it.
I'll have to certainly come at your home to look for one of those flat bakes, my brother.
Come on. I've become an expert in that area.
He says he's an expert in it.
Yeah, get some plantains as well.
So, Kitty, so we'll have to go and visit. I'll make sure I get some fried plantains and smooth bakes from Kenroy and bring tomorrow.
Yeah, there's one that I call elephant, the elephant bake. Yeah, that's with coconut and
Stacey, you ever made
sweet
that?
potato and all the others. Yeah, it's a nice flat bake. Flat like a big man.
That flour come from
ECGC.
come from Ukraine.
So, pretty important how Edwards around the wicket. Bowling his left arm seamers. This one is what through covers. He's gone for one. He's coming back for the second. Full toss. Could get a third, but. So 2 more runs to Guyana. 2 more runs for the Windwards to make. 204. Just reminding that Windwards had a lead of 17. But Guyana has really batted well today in their second innings, led by their skipper, Dindal Herwood, who assisted. Batted very well, supported him. Edwards around the wicket. Outside the off stump, bouncing once or twice to the wicket keeper. Something.
He got 77, that's Dindal.
Yes.
131 balls, 2 sixes, 5 fours, and they shared a third wicket partnership of 126 with Yearwood, who went for 54. So certainly the opposition Guyana now to look to dictate the game. This is a vital hour for both teams. Windwards can whittle them out fairly quickly. They're right in it. If Guyana bat the entire hour, they'll be looking to climb Mount Everest tomorrow.
Well, it's the hurricane season. And this one is pulled straight to the man at mid-on, really. Was looking to do much better with that delivery. Didn't get the whole of it as he wanted to. So it becomes a dot ball. So 204 for 5. 67 overs have been bowled so far in this innings. Have a total of 90 overs to be bowled today. We are very much close to that. He's changing his direction. He's coming left arm over the wicket. St. Lucian. This one is outside the off stump. Has nothing to do with it. Goes into the keeper's glove. Probably with heavy ball. Keeper just fanning his left hand. Winners have gone pretty quiet. Has been a tiring day for them at their office. This one is a wide delivery outside the off stump. No signal from the umpire. Seems to be tiring a bit here. Edwards are trying hard to get that delivery up to the stumps full. Skipper probably looking for another bowling option. He has a lot of bowling options on the field. Who would he go to? Not too sure. Can't call it from here. Franklin has bowled 2 spells. Skipper has bowled 2 as well. Murray
Off the field.
off the field. This one is nudged to the man there at square leg. Runs, picks up. Easy single. Another single to Guyana. 205. That brings that Edwards over to an end. And Guyana keep ticking away here at Arnesville playing field. In their second innings, they are 205 for 5. Had a deficit of 17. Now the winners have to look at how much runs they would have to get in the last innings of this 3-day encounter here at Arnesville.
If the Guyanese are to bat out the rest of the afternoon, would you declare first thing in the morning or continue to grind them into the dust?
I think that the Guyanese have enough runs on the board.
You think so?
Yeah. The Windwards have a very good team, a good batting team. But on this surface, you would need time to bowl this team out. You would need time. You have to give yourself enough time to do so. And how it is playing now, as flat as it is, with the Guyanese spinners, you may need some time to bowl them out. So give yourself the best option, the best opportunity to do so.
So you would rather risk a declaration if things pan out the right, put it across to you to try and get to it. And if in the event the game is lost, who's to be blamed?
Well, it has to be a team. It's to be a team effort. I've lost 4 innings already. What is there to lose?
I know there are some captains who have dictatorial tendencies, you know.
Yeah, once my team is behind me, I said, listen, let's go. Let's bowl these guys out.
Has it ever backfired?
No, please. Always on top of it. This one is clipped off his legs. He's running close to the fence. It will not get to the ropes. There's 2 there coming back for 3. Good running between these 2. So 3 more runs to the cause.
I would like you to pay attention to the movements of the batsman here at the stop end. He is walking right in and around that off stump and leaving the leg stump exposed. But yet still, there are 7 men on the offside bowling to his strength rather than force him to go across. With some variations in the bowler, you can very well trap him LBW. You pay attention carefully. You know, at Christmas time, do you see what I see?
So the Windward Islanders feeling the pressure. All men stretching, bending from left to right. It's been a long day at the office. Last off play. This one is driven to the man in short extra cover.
Are you really paying attention? His back leg was outside the off stump for that delivery. You know? Pay close attention. Do you need a pair of glasses?
Well, the field is set 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the offside. The bowler will be bowling the ball on the offside.
Once a batsman is walking across, pronounced walk, that huge walk, he's off balance. And if you target that leg stump full length, you are going to get your chances of increasing to dismiss him easily. There's nobody behind him. You look carefully, look at him. Look at him how far he's walking across.
And there's a possibility of you being clipped for 4 as well.
I'll chance it. Did you see that again?
Yes.
Are you really looking at it?
Well, he's bowling to his field.
Yeah, fair one. But the batsman is comfortable.
He's bowling to his field.
With his back door open.
Well, the batsman is probably hoping that he makes that mistake. Bowl on my pads.
Yeah, because there's no one over there to defend.
I'll score.
So the point is, I would have gone and bowled with a 5-4 split field and bowl on his legs because he won't be getting easy runs and chances of you dismissing him would certainly increase. He's walking a long, long way across. Look at it carefully again. I'm certain you just seen it again. So it's a matter of tactics and, you know, sometimes one has to be a little critical, you know, and constructively so. You have individuals in the pavilion sitting there. They're the ones that the coach and manager and whatever else are there. And they're seeing what we're seeing. To send out a message, hey, look, this is what I need to do. I saw in the World Cup qualifiers whereby the associate team, the captains, had paper in their hands looking at who to bowl when. I saw it with my eyes. It wasn't a question of sending a message. They had paper in their pocket. They took it out, have a read, and they go and start a bowl again. I saw that with my eyes.
Probably the Duckworth-Lewis system.
Not the Duckworth-Lewis.
And the calculation. They had the calculation of the Duckworth-Lewis system.
You know, you're in the learning process, and the only way I can learn is to teach properly. Your teacher's right next to you, the female. Exactly. Stacey is saying the same thing I'm saying.
Well,
Murray, is that Murray coming back? Is it Murray who's coming back there, Ken Roy?
yes, it's
Yeah, I
Murray
think this is a good
has been
ploy.
introduced.
This is a good ploy to have Murray in. Unfortunately, he was off for a period when they were looking uncertain. But certainly it's a good ploy because they're not going to stay there and just push around. They're going to go for the big one. Someone of them are going to go for the big one and increase the chances of a dismissal by hitting the ball somewhere into the skies. Would they take the catcher in? I'm not sure. But it's good to see that he has really rearranged the bowling with from the southern end. Murray in flighted and out to the bowler and so Gassi from the southern end and Murray from this end. I think that's his best bet of trying to break this partnership.
I do agree with you there. The two best bowlers for the day, Murray and Gassi. Batsmen rather quiet. Windwards just there and there. Just
They're
waiting
flat.
Yeah, just waiting for something to happen.
Rather than make something happen, they are waiting for something to happen.
Oh, that's a lovely delivery by Murray. Taking the pace off that one, hitting the surface, bounce and turn into the keeper's glove.
Once he can continue to throw it up there above the eye line, he's not going to resist it for too much longer. You mark my word. He needs to bowl it just like that all the while. It's a matter of time.
I have a highlighter. I'll do that. Again, one just came in with the arm.
There's no need to bowl it fast and flat. Up into the skies. Let him look up to come at you.
One, two, three, four, five, 6 men on the offside. 3 on the on. Slip, backward point, cover point, short, extra cover. Murray again around the wicket. Just pushes forward. That brings you over to an end. 209 for 5. 70 overs been bowled in this inning so far. So a lot of overs have been bowled today, Stanley.
Yes, we would finish at 5 o'clock. Maybe I believe we'll actually bowl. There will be more overs bowled than time allotted. So I think we'll finish at 5 o'clock. But certainly a good move on the part of Ogis to have these two bowlers in. It's a matter of the tactics, because again, here it is. Gassi from the sun. Is there going to be a bowling change? I see a lot of meddling out there. We're not too sure if there'll be a bowling change. Will be Gassi continuing?
I just think it's just a little bit too late in the movie.
Well, your best bet still is him.
Too late. The batters are pretty much comfortable. The wicket has really slowed up and has become very easy. And the ball has become a little bit soft as well for Gassi, who was your better bowler this morning. Should have been really given the opportunity to bowl just after lunch or so.
So you're not giving the laundry no work to do by polishing the ball on your trousers and give the laundry man or woman some work to do?
Well, they should have
Shine
been
on
doing
one
that.
side.
Gassi, that's down the leg side. Doesn't take that ball clean, the wicket keeper. Waiting for a signal from the umpire. Bye.
They remind me very much of Joe Root in England. He is the shiner boy, so to speak. One England is feeling the back of his trousers is always red. He's rubbing to keep that shine going for the bowlers. Because at the end of the day, it's going in the laundry. Somebody have to wash it.
Somebody would be paid to do so. Gassi played nicely to covers. That came off the bat sweetly. Just stroked it, but
Can
straight
you
to the
see
man.
in those days when you had someone like a Malcolm Marshall and you are walking across a crease like that, you're in real problems. You're not going to get away. Andy Roberts. Trust me, because you are off balance and you're not going to get away. To be honest with you, but maybe some of these youngsters need to see some of these old films to see exactly the tactics used.
Clips that one off his legs easily. Picks up a single. 211 for 5, Guyana. Who thought it would have been this way today?
If I thought,
Who thought it would have been this way today?
no one. That's the good thing about life. You cannot see into the future.
Exactly. Someone had predicted that we'd have been home early today. Unfortunately, it's another long day at the office.
What is
Gassy.
It's all a question of assessment of the situation based on what transpired yesterday. I don't think many people around here, and there aren't many, who would have figured that this game will go deep into day 3, but it appears as if it will go deep into day 3. That's the impression one is getting at this hour of the afternoon. Yesterday around this time we were figuring, wow, maybe at the end of the second day it might be all over.
Well, at 4:30, 211. Windwards needing to get 100 plus. We would go deep into day 3. If not, then the Windwards would be skittled out.
I don't think so. I think this is a good move from Gassi, coming around the wicket now, wrong the wicket, but he need to have somebody protecting the square leg with the pronounced movement of this batsman. Had there been a short square, there's no way they're going to get a single. Because if you recognize what he just did there for that delivery, he almost went and bent the knees to try and bring the bat around the front pads. It's a good tactic, but he need to have the field placing to back him up.
I agree with you there. It's bowling from around the wicket into his body. There's a 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7-2 field.
7-2.
He needs to support him as well.
Exactly.
And at this time, a 7-2 field, is it necessary? This one is sliced between backward point, is coming close to the fence. They have gone for 1. They're back for 2. Franklin does the throw. 2 runs to Guyana. 2 more to get for the Windward Islands. That brings you over to an end. Another Garcia over. These two keep plugging away. One at 24, the other at 22, really. So some good batting here by these two in the middle.
Yes, they have added what, about 50 by now, scorer. Partnership of 45, and very valuable, very, very valuable runs here for Guyana. 45 runs when they were looking to have, there were a little bit of a wobble in the middle at 169 for 5. Having lost 2 quick wickets, and with the uncertainty shown by both batsmen, one would have thought that they might have succumbed, but they have survived and aiding in the Guyanese cause and putting runs on the board here to give the Windwards some kind of a target, 200 plus tomorrow.
And Murray continues to bowl around the wicket as Phillips and Ramsamy continue batting here for Guyana. This one is being hit with some power to mid-on, closing the face of the bat there, looking to go mid-wicket area, but only finds the man at mid-on. Phillips, attacking batter he is. This one is a straighter delivery from Murray. Continues to keep things tight here. And he's in forward in the approved manner. Bat and pad close. Pretty quiet time. 214 for 5 Guyana. Philip Ramsamy at the crease for Guyana. 45 runs partnership between both of them. And that is what you would really like to see here in this tournament between batters. Partnerships. Batting sensibly, they have done so without much risk. He's looking to sweep that one. Just bubble out that fine leg there. Short. That brings you over to an end, and Guyana, after 72 overs there, 214. 214 for 5. As I was saying prior, I think that the skipper missed the trick pretty earlier, where these two should have been bowling in tandem just after lunch. Thought they would have been better served by doing that. It's almost close of play here in the afternoon when these two have been brought in together, where these two batters are basically set, Garcia and Murray. Still that pronounced 7-2 feel with Garcia bowling around the wicket. There's a slip, there's a short gully, square cover, short extra cover. This one is just on the off stump, trying to turn the face of the bat there, but just bubbles out to the man who's bowling. Garcia. Players just there waiting for something to happen from the Windwards. They're not vibing, feeling the pressure of the day. Sun still shining brightly. Slight breeze blowing across the ground. Beckways in the background. Some grey clouds overhead, but no problems. It's a very good day we had so far. Garcia runs away. This one is playing it straight, stands up and plays it straight back to the man at short extra cover. He remains just another off some Garcia, bowling tightly. Windwards will have to really do some batting here in the second innings to get to this total, knowing that they were basically skittled out as well for 86 in their first innings. They would have to come and bat properly. This time is a full delivery. Just walked out to the man at mid-on. As you see, this shadows are lengthening at Tannersville. Tells you that we are close to that time. Things are pretty quiet. Could hear a pin drop. This one is outside the off stump. I think it's hit the edge. Run down to the fence. The umpire signals 4 runs to Phillips. 4 runs to Guyana. That one just hitting the inner portion of the bat, coming back. Keeper couldn't get to it. It runs into the fence for 4. 4 runs to them, 4 runs to Guyana, 4 runs to him.
A ball that he could easily have left alone, but because he's unaware as to where his stumps are, he had to plate it, and it went between himself and the pad, took the edge, and the keeper it was going one way, and the ball ended up the other way, and he got away with it for a sneaky boundary.
This one is a short delivery. He jumps up on top of it, pulls it to square leg. Well, to fine leg, really. The man comes in and field. And at present, Windward Lions would have to get 201 to win this game.
It's 200 plus. Ken, I said that already. 200 plus they'll have to get, because the way how the Guyanese are batting, they are resolute since the fall of that fifth wicket when Windward should have been pressing to getting another wicket at that point in time. And they have allowed them to get away with it, and they are paying the price because they're seeing the broad face of the both bats. The vertical bats, it's like the good old days of the get back to that.
This one is struck firmly, straight to the man at mid-off.
Because they're seeing the ball as big as we say in the old days, big as a breadfruit. It's not easy to go past these guys.
I can't tell last I saw a big breadfruit. One that I could really...
By the way, do you eat breadfruit? Roast breadfruit?
Yeah, I eat it in all forms.
I'm wondering, because I knew you guys
baked.
you don't want to call the names of the stuff that you all tend to love. As against the good old days of the blue food and
Yeah,
the
we eat the blue
breadfruit
food.
and the
We eat the blue
cassava
food.
and the madongo and
Yeah.
all the other stuff.
Can't you see the blue food? Blue
I'm
food.
not too sure about you on the blue food.
The good old blue food,
I
man.
met a guy yesterday at a financial institution. He gave me, Mr. Hines, I need some blue food, you know.
We eat the blue food. It comes from the ground. That keeps
One
us
thing I'll
going.
tell you about the blue food, it has become very expensive. Like
Well, if-
everything else.
Well, if you plant it like how I do,
But
and you-
where
and
you,
you
but where
want-
you live in, I haven't seen any ground planted. There's a
Ah.
lot of concrete around you.
okay. There's a place called George Gutta.
You,
Pilar.
you're not from there. I know for sure you're not from Georgia.
I'll give you the history later. This one is tossed up and he's smashing it to the man at extra cover. Only finding that man in the way, really. Score remains on 219 for 5. 73 overs have been bowled for the day. Well, in this innings, as Murray continues to plug away at this end, looking for wicket number 6.
Looking for the breakthrough that the Windies desperately need before they close the play.
As they say, chasing the 8 ball. Probably trying to put something in the side pocket, Windwards. Well, that's how it is. 219 for 5. Ramsamy on 31, Phillips on 22. This one is a faster delivery. Seems as though these batsmen from Guyana just wanting to make sure that they make it to the end of the day, and tomorrow we will come and see what happens. This one is tossed in the air, just taking his bottom hand off of the bat to control it.
Oh, how Windwards would love to see another wicket tonight.
200 is already on the board. You got to get that. They have to bat. They have to bat and bat tomorrow to get to this runs. It's a good delivery from Murray from around the wicket. Brings another over to an end. 219 for 5. Ramsamy on 31. Phillips on 22.
Yes, these two guys must be given credit. They came in here, looked uncertain at the start of both of their innings, but they have settled down quite nicely. Maybe the messages that went across: relax, be resolute, stay there, and bat for as long as possible. And they have changed their whole approach to batting as to when they now arrived at the crease. And certainly they are giving a lot of problems to the Windwards bowling attack. But certainly all credit to the two batsmen at the crease at this particular point in time.
Well, there ain't no rush. And that is what we're talking about when it comes to the cricket. You can't be in any rush. You're playing 3 days cricket. You take your time, you assess the situation, play each ball on its merit. And really, that is what the Guyanese have done today. They have taken the time. They have chosen their balls. They have hit the bad deliveries. They have taken their singles. And they have not taken much risk. And they are 219.
They could have been far worse position had the Windwards taken 75% of the catches. Let's be honest.
Well, cricket, that's a game of glorious uncertainties. There's a word called if. That doesn't really speak much. If the day has gone, they are 219 for 5. When you could speak of it, that's history now. Only themselves to blame.
Well, you're quite right, because had they taken at least at 75%, 50% of the catches, they would have broken the partnership, and who knows where they would have been at this point in time.
Well,
catches win matches, so too catches lose matches.
if fish had wings, it would have fly. That's a if. As Tariq comes back, the quiet over. Everything's rather quiet here this evening. Windwards probably just wondering, wow, have I been in this field all day? Yes, you have. They've been skittled out this morning pretty early for 86. They themselves skittled out the Guyanese for 69. Guyana putting up a resistance here, an excellent second inning score of 219 for 5. This one is hitting the edge, looking to turn it. Coming off the edge and falling in no man's land again. Another run, 220. 220 for 5.
The lead is 203. It's 17, 18 minutes before 5 o'clock. Get it up to about 2:10 to 15 tonight. Reassess their position and see what happens tomorrow. Because if they have to come back with 5 wickets down, I believe we'll see some big shots early in the morning.
Or they may plan to bat until lunch. Use 2 sessions. What would you have done, Stanley?
Well, I'll have to wait and see where we end up tonight as a batting team before and reassess the situation.
It won't be much further than where you are now. With the time remaining, you probably might get to 230.
Big bet. Can we dismiss them in 75 overs, for instance?
Right? You have to give yourself time as well.
Right. So as I'm saying, assessing the situation, where are we at a certain point in time? 75 to get 250, that'd be going at a little over 3 points somebody and over, which is a big ask for the team at this level. But so you have to give yourself time. So it's a question of reassessing it, but this has to be done via paperwork. Look at the situation, do the maths, and go from there. I distinctly remember a game in Trinidad. In Trinidad, yes, it was in Trinidad, whereby the maths was done, having been given 371 to win within a day's play. And the maths worked out excellently to the very end, and we won the game comfortably thanks to the late Shane Julian, magnificent century. Lockhart Sebastian and Lance John, they added at the top, and it went according to plan. But you had to plan, because if you fail to plan, be prepared to fail. Because what the manager said at the time, and all the mathematicians in the team, how are we going to work it out?
1 and 1 is 2,
And
2 and 2 is 4.
Manager at the time was one of the best managers I ever had. Danny Livingston, may he rest in peace, from Antigua. Really wonderful human being.
Was that Combined Islands?
Yeah, wonderful human being. So we must reach 100 before lunch for the fall of 1 wicket. We ended up at 99 for 1. At tea, we should be around 215 for 2. And it read 219 for 3. And it worked out absolutely almost spot on. And we won the game in the end quite comfortably. Boys in the middle, those batters in the middle really took the Trinidadian bowling to task. Shane June, I believe he went berserk that day. Back of a length was going to the boundary, forward in the length was going to the boundary. It was just licks, more licks and more licks.
This guy still got a liking to it. This one is chipping and driving. It's
Didn't
another
matter
single.
where Ranjinan and the others bowl, it did in Piazzale. It didn't matter where they bowl. Shane Jones just closed his eyes and decided to whack the ball all over the place, and it really magnificent innings.
Just his day. It was his day, his time. Happens. This one is trying to go over the top, falling short of the man at mid-off. Looking to go over mid-wicket. Not really in control of it, but falls safe in no man's land again.
Win was probably saying, oh dear, what can the matter be? We need another wicket. Definitely another wicket tonight.
The curtains are closing on day number 2. Guyana have replied strongly here to the Windward Islands after being bowled out in the first innings for 69.
And they, to be honest, they are really trying to effect a breakthrough this afternoon. You can sense it, you can see it. They are really trying and being deprived of it by the Guyanese pair, and who must be given credit for pulling the total from 169 for 5 as to where it is at this moment. Due to this 55-run
54 partnership.
54 partnership.
Between
And
Phillips.
Yes, there's a partnership that has solidified the Guyanese batting innings, bearing in mind that little bit of a wobble there in the middle at around that point in time this afternoon, but certainly have kept the balance on the Guyanese side, so to speak.
I really think that the skipper from the Windward Islands got it wrong, really, when it comes to the bowling changes. The bowlers were rotated, in my opinion, and how they were used says a lot. There's a loud appeal. Tariq feeling carnivalish. Shaking his head.
Carnival has just finished. Yeah.
The motions look like that, and you're on Juve morning.
I said Carnival in St. Lucia has just been concluded.
Carnivalish.
It's next up is what? Barbados, then Grenada, Antigua. A lot of festivals in the air.
Well, it's that time. Cultural festivals in and around the Caribbean.
So which one would you be attending?
I'm not on leave. I'm not obliged to say anything. So 223 for 5. 223 for 5. Guyana. There's a loud appeal. As the finger comes up just before close of play. And Ramsamy touches that one into the keeper's glove. Windwards have picked up that vital 6 wicket. 223 for 6.
A vital wicket here for the winners, as they've really been trying and eventually it has paid off in the form of caught behind of the bowling of Tariq Edwards, but a valuable contribution made by this sixth wicket partnership that added 54
runs.
54, very valuable, and it's a question of now 10 minutes to go. Can we dig deeper into the Guyanese innings? We are down to the number 8 batsman. Why not attempt to look for another wicket tonight?
Well, Rampasad joins.
So how many the batsmen
Ramsamy
got out there?
He got
what?
23.
23. Very valuable partnership, and very stodgy. Looked uncertain at the start, but he hung in there, and has put Guyana into a position whereby they can be competitive in the second innings. When was if they had to dismiss the rest of the batting without any addition, they'll have to make 206 to win. It's not going to be easy because it's 4 wickets to go. Another 40 runs can make all the difference in this game.
Well, they have another 10 minutes or so to see how best they can
to survive.
Well, to survive, they're in a pretty comfortable position here,
I
Guyana.
don't think there's all that comfort there. 206 is gettable and this target if there's a day's play, so they have to get more. As a matter of fact, the Winner Islands fielders must see their faces tomorrow batting again.
Well, it's two sides of a coin.
But some of the
Which
sides-
one? Which
some
one
of
is
the
flipping?
Some of the sides are very shiny. They are bland.
There's another appeal. First delivery. Loud appeal. They're asking the questions. The umpires has answered them. Not out. Bowl again. So 223 here for 6. You have to bowl again. Umpires are in charge. 76 overs bowled today in this innings. So a lot of cricket being played. This one is just played back to the bowler. Brings you over to an end. A successful over for him. And a successful over for Windward Islands.
Tariq Edwin must learn to behave himself. The umpire, he has been doing it whole day. And I really hope that they will report him to the match referee and to give him a very stern warning. The umpire has made a decision. You live with it. If even you have to disagree. Because look, he just pulled this hat away again and just beat the ball on the ground. It's nonsense. Come on, the umpire says not out. Move on. Try and, because it affects you mentally too, you know. When you figure that you may have taken out a victim and the umpire said not out and you allow it to get to you, you'll just lose your cool, lose your line. He has to be very, very careful.
So you're suggesting something should be taken out of the match free if there's
Not
any?
no match free, just give him a stern warning.
Murray continues to bowl from this end.
A stern warning to let him understand once you go to the other level, you're not going to get with it because if there are a few shillings involved in your for your match fee, you're going to lose some.
Indeed, 75%, 80.
Match referee like you would certainly deduct 90%.
This one has been look to get out at that one. Only find the bowler in the way. Finds the bowler in the way. 223 for 6.
As the Windwards press on, looking for another victim tonight, and in the form of Murray.
This one is down the leg side, swept. He gets 1. He's coming back for 2. So Murray just tends to slide that ball down the leg side regularly. I've seen it consistently with him when he bowls that delivery. Slides it down the leg. Most of the times he's been swept. That's a little issue. He's now changing from around the wicket to over the wicket. Sammy still batting on 34. Phillips lost his wicket out caught just over prior to this one. There's a flighty delivery to Sammy. Sammy's driving it back to Murray. Murray does the feeling. Indeed, Guyana has batted sensibly today. They batted as a unit. They had partnerships. They ran between the wickets. They hit the bad balls. And really, they should be commended on the way that they batted today. We have complained, yes, but today has been a much better day for the batters from Guyana.
Yes, commendations to the Guyanese in the form of the skipper Dindial and Yearwood, and this partnership here between that just ended between Ramsam and Philip. They have really positioned Guyana to be very competitive tomorrow, and we should be in for an exciting day's play tomorrow. This score now 225.
225 for 6.
Right, there's a lead of 208, and certainly the game is still hanging in the balance with Guyana still batting tomorrow.
Edwards. This one's been hiked over mid-off. One bounce, two bounce. He calls for one. He's looking for a second one. But he says no.
There's a tendency, once there's an outgoing batsman, and the incoming batsman tend to want to play shots from the moment they arrive at the crease. That's one of their trademarks.
Well,
They're aggressive.
should be assessed. Should assess before doing so.
They're not assessing. They are going at it.
Get your eye in. With 10 minutes or so to go, you should be just looking to survive the evening. See how best you can get through it. And come back tomorrow. Assess the situation. Get some information from the dressing room, the coach, and say, okay, this is what we're going to do in the first hour, half an hour.
Is 240 good enough? Is 250 good enough? That's the way you have to look at the situation.
Make sure that you are safe in this game and let the opposition fight for the remainder.
I thought you said fortune favors the brave. You're going to declare and give them an opportunity.
Well, anything is possible in cricket.
But you have
Really,
to
two batters could come into the wicket. You have 260 tomorrow. And just like in change in your time, when you won that game, you just played all the shots in the book. And the game ran away from you. Runs away from you.
The good thing about it, the name you call is already dead and gone. May he rest in peace. There's no Shane Julian out there.
Well, one might be created tomorrow. You never know.
There's none. They do not have that. The players today do not have that capability of batting like a Shane Julian. None of them.
Well, thought of that delivery there. 227 Guyana. I think this is their best effort so far. Compliments to them. Windwards hard at the office. Toiling really. Tariq brings this over to an end. The umpire just probably signaled, just another over to go. It was just about to clip the bails off. Stanley, you thought that your day has ended?
No. It's not quite 5 o'clock, so I expect another over. Possibly two. Possibly. But I expect at least this one here and maybe another one. Remember, our watches do not are in sync with the umpires, right?
Well, your watch may not be synced to the umpires. I think that mine is.
You have a watch that is synced with other individuals, and you are accountable for your time and place.
My watch is saying 5 p.m. So I'm guessing this is the last over for the day. Stanley says you will get another one because you have good light.
Possibly. Be careful with the English language. Possibly.
7 on the off side, 2 on the leg side. Murray around the wicket, over the wicket. Number 5 on his back. A hip, a jump, and a scratch. This one is a loud appeal. There's an attempt for stumping to run him out. And really, Murray with his hands on his hip, wondering what just happened.
Well, I think the keeper was very slow reacting because everybody went up in the appeal. Nobody looked for the ball and the batsman was straight out of his crease. So he got away.
Well, Murray thinking that he had his man LBW. Unfortunately, the umpire says not out. So he has to bowl again. This one is just outside the off stump.
He's seemingly ready. He wants to play shots, right? The impression I'm getting, he wants to play shots. Once the ball is thereabout, he is going to play shots.
Well, he's batting on 35. Again, that fuller delivery.
This hour of the afternoon, you try to shut up shop and preserve your wicket to resume tomorrow.
Well, he's probably trying to make some extra dollars. Going over the time that he should. He's not going to close the shop at all. He's probably going to do an all-nighter. 3 deliveries remaining. Murray had a long spell today. A hop, a skip, and a jump. Another delivery. Plays it quietly to the man. Short extra cover. 227 Guyana. Pat themselves on the shoulder. Oh, look at that delivery. That is the way you end play. Well, Stanley, you were right. Another over. Beat me by points, mate.
Well, as I said, our watch is not in sync with the umpires as well. So I had a sneaking suspicion we may have gotten another over.
It has happened all day. So Edwards bowling another over here. There's 2 slips, silly point, square cover. Square cover, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket. This one is cutting that to backward point. Tariq Edwards around the wicket. 2 deliveries he has bowled thus far. So I need to just pushing it back.
Well, as a matter of 3 deliveries to go, I believe this is the last over, to be very honest with you.
Well, I think you have been in front of the umpires all day. And you won that. He's making sure that this is the last over. The batter is fixing his glove, walking away. This one, he just pulls his bat in and allow it to go to the keeper.
What's this score? 227?
Yes.
27 for 6. Has a lead of 210.
This one is pitching and turning. Bills have been removed and allowed appeal. Not too sure what is happening there.
There was an appeal for stumping or run out. Either one, I'm not sure. Umpire says not out, he negated the appeal.
Well,
What?
and that one is a quicker delivery, beating the keeper, beating the batter, running down to the fence. I've gone for 1, they have gone for 2. By signal by the umpire. Final delivery of the day. Is it? Yes, it is. Guyana, 229.
Yes, I was
For
right to the
6.
final over. 229 for 6, the lead of 212. An interesting day's play lies ahead tomorrow. We've just been told that play starts at 9:30 a.m. in the morning.
Wow.
Prekenora, you can probably do the wrap-up. So the game is interestingly poised, where Guyana, having been dismissed for 69 in the first innings, have rallied back really well to close at 229 for 6. Windwards, they were dismissed for 86. They lead by 212, 4 wickets intact. It's a question of the tactics tomorrow morning as to determine which way this game would go. But certainly, it would appear to me as if we're going to have an outright result. Kenroy?
Well, it seems that way as well, Stanley. So just to let you know what happened today, Password, Anran Passard, he was caught. Stephen Pascal bowled Kevin Garcia. He was out for a duck in the first over. Rampasad, Ramnath, he got 4 from 15 deliveries. Dindal, the man who really batted excellently today, he got 77 from 131 deliveries. Yearwood, he also assisted with 64 from 144 deliveries. Mahebia, he was bowled Tariq Edwards for 4 from 28 deliveries. Ramsam, he's not out on 35 from 91 deliveries. Phillips got out just a while ago for 25 from 68 deliveries. And just to let you know, bowling Kevin Garcia, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 17 runs, 2 wickets. Franklin, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 9 runs, no wicket. Kurt Murray, 25 overs, 5 maidens, 65 runs, 1 wicket. Tariq Edwards, 26 overs, 7 maidens, 72 runs, 3 wickets. And Akeem Agustin, he bowled 8 overs, 1 maiden, 35 runs, no wicket. And Sayers, he bowled 4 overs, 2 maidens, 10 runs, and he got no wicket. So Guyana, at the end of play, are 229 for 6. 229 for 6. They had a deficit of 17. So Windwards tomorrow still have to take 4 wickets. So it will be a very interesting game tomorrow on the last day. Windwards versus Guyana. Guyana 229 for 6. So we will bring you live coverage of this game tomorrow morning starting at 9:30. Windward Islands versus Guyana. West Indies under 19 Rising Star Tournament held here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So from my crew here, I want to say good afternoon and thanks for being with us. And we see you tomorrow morning, weather permitting.